Welcome to those who've been watching Big East Hoops on FS2. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, live coverage from Churchill Downs and opening day at Tampa Bay Downs. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile. Big upset in the Big East, even bigger upset to kick off this Churchill Downs card. $53 winner to begin the card back in race one.
Yeah, were you all over it? I
was not.
You were not on guard today?
Nice. We got plenty of opportunities to try and be right.
9 exactly. 5 at Churchill, 4 at Tampa Bay Downs on opening day. We get to hear the Beamer, Jason Beam, a little later on.
All right, race 2 kicks off the pick 4 under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. 50 maiden claiming race, 1 turn mile. Let's go live to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, big upset, you said, in the Big East. Congratulations to American. And you're right, maybe the hunch play of the day was Guard after I was watching the end of that game. As Guard come rolling up the rail in race number 1 here at Churchill Downs to pay $53 in a 5-horse field. There were 2 4 to 5 shots that were battling out down the lane, and Guard was able to get up. So if you're alive in your pick 5s, get it home. Race number 2, this is a little tough little maiden little claimer here, maiden 50s. You see the 12 right now is your favorite, Let Me Love You. Blinkers go on for Kenny McPeak. Kenny was actually standing right next to me when he was walking down to go look at his horse warming up. He thought the 10 and the 8 were the 2 horses he needed to beat. He thought that maybe the blinkers would help with a little bit more focus, the drop in class to 50 as well. The 10, day trade, Brad Cox, didn't do much running first time out, but it could be the horse that goes to the front end along with Grimes. There is not a lot of pace in here. I think the 4 Gabe could show some speed. I landed on the 7. I'd rather be blessed. I just think this horse did not like Keeneland, didn't do any running at all. In the start before that at maiden 50, going a mile and 16th here at Churchill Downs was pretty good. It's going to need some pace to run into, but you get Chris Hartman and Mitch Merle at a nice little price here at 7-1, the second race here at Churchill Downs.
All right, Paulie, thanks. And yeah, he mentioned that Brad Cox runner too, the 10-day trade. It's start number 2. It's a drop in class, and that's a half to Homebrew, who was a winner of that Bourbon Trail for 3-year-olds earlier on in the meet.
Yeah, I thought the 10 and the 8 Grimes made the most sense. I liked Grimes first off the Steve Asmussen claim. On the rise, I think that's always a good sign. 13,
Cambioso gets in off the also eligible list as well with the scratch, well, a couple scratches of the 3 and the 6 in here. We're set. Let's go to Travis Stone for race 2.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning, plenty of time is pushed on for speed for the inside post. Grimes is also there. Oh, Gangster. Day Trade comes on. Let Me Love You on the far outside. Gabe tucks in behind with I'd Rather Be Blessed as they move up the chute and head for the main track, and it's a 3-ply battle up top. Down inside, short lead, plenty of time. Now plenty of time, steps on it and opens up. Plenty of time, opens up to lead by 2. Oh, Gangster's up into second and Grimes is racing third. 3 lengths back, Day Trade fourth. I'd Rather Be Blessed toward the rail. 5th, Cambioso 6th. Gabe is buried at the inside 7th. Let Me Love You shuffled back into 8th, passed outside by Don't Let Go, moving up from 9th. Rio Moon is back in 10th with the trailing Invasive. Pretty tight pack though, the quarter in 22 and 3, the half in 46 and 1. Far turn run, plenty of time, short lead, Oh Gangster pressing, and Day Trade is hovering to their outside, 3 wide third. Grimes is right there in behind, while 4th, I'd Rather Be Blessed is there as well. Cambioso's wide. Don't Let Go, switch to the far outside. Let Me Love You is buried in behind horses, needs to find a way through. Angled outside right at the quarter pole. Top of the stretch, Day Trade in front by a length. Oh Gangster fights on. Let Me Love You's now third and closing in. 1 furlong to go. Day Trade leads by 2. Let Me Love You runs up into second. Oh Gangster back to third. Day Trade trying to see it out, and he will. Day Trade by 2.5 in the end. Let Me Love You second. Oh Gangster was third, and Don't Let Go finished 4th.
Day Trade dropping class, second time out for trainer Brad Cox. and the win here to start off this pick 4 at 5-1.
If you were a fan of 90s R&B, you could have hit this super. Don't Let Go rounds it out. You got Let Me Love You finishing second in there. But day trade, the assumption that on those stretch out, the drop in class, the race under his belt, that everything pointed to him being a little bit more forward today, maybe being a little classier than these horses. You know what, Greg? He ticked all the boxes and everybody was right. You wound up getting a square price on him, too. 5-1 for Brad Cox and Florent Giroux in a maiden 50. Well, if you found guard in the first race, you're probably closing yourself out a nice little daily double to kick off the day.
Who, by the way, guard in that first race, we talked about at the top of the show, that $53 winner. That horse was 6-1 morning line.
Yeah.
Should not have been, I don't know if he should have been 6-1, but he shouldn't have been 25 or 24-1.
Yeah, big price, and we'll see how it plays in that early pick 5. You beat you talk about this a lot, and I feel like enough people don't talk about it. When you're playing the pick 4s and pick 5s, beating favorites is so. I mean, unless you have them, then you don't want to beat them. But beating favorites is so important, and you didn't see anything. Paulie mentioned 2 4-5 shots in the first race. That horse pays $50 and change. You can almost assume he plays even higher in the pick 5 because you're beating 2 horses. I never understood
where all
that.
the money was going.
Where all the money was. I mean, 2 horses are prohibitive favorites.
Yeah,
and then you get a 5-1 shot in the belly in the second leg. We'll see what happens going forward.
We'll have these prices coming up in a moment. Part of the late pick 5 sequence later today, race 9. 7/8 of a mile, an allowance optional claiming field. Marsalis has been talented, lightly raced, 3-year-old son of Curlin for Steve Asmussen. Barely beat. He gave Run Classic, who might turn out to be a really good horse for Brett Calhoun. Just missed to him off the bench September 22nd. Came back his next start, won at Keeneland.
Yeah, Breeders' Cup Friday, earlier in the day before the Future Stars action kicked in. And you see Marsalis getting the job done. You know what I liked about this race? He's battling here with a horse he's battling between horses, and he just keeps on fighting. Love the fact that he keeps on fighting here. He gets himself in a 4-way scramble from the 8th pole home, and he just keeps on battling on. And you know what the other thing that impressed me, Greg? His acceleration. He finished up nicely, and that's what you want to see from a lightly raced horse.
Yeah, and he's got the ability to be forward, too, be tactical in this race, too. Meanwhile, the 3, he's my honey badger. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, we just saw win the last racer. Newt Gelding, horse is a 4-time winner and has some big figures in victories in the past couple of 86 buyers and wins, 91 buyer speed figure in this win at Keeneland.
You see him very, very patient. Right, he was behind that wall of horses. More often than not, the natural momentum off the far turn is going to allow that hole to open. It did, and when it did, he hit it like Barry Sanders used to hit it. He hit the hole, and he just ran on. Very, very nice effort. Only thing not to like about him is those horses that are that far off the pace. That wall, unless you time it right, doesn't always disappear. Right there, it happened to be a perfect timing with that momentum on the turn. Like I said, it kind of carries the horses in front out a few paths. You got to hope that happens with these.
Yeah.
With these
ultra talented. Been off though from November to September as well, so almost a year's layoff.
And now you see a
way
Gelding
over
as
his
well.
head
Stakes winner Gelding, yeah.
Faced Bango in that comeback, who's one of the top, probably second-tier sprinters in the country. Not good enough to get to the Breeders' Cup, but not too far off. Today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast at Churchill, races 3 through 10 still ahead. And we have opening day coverage from Oldsmar, Florida at Tampa Bay Downs, which we'll get into in just a little bit. You can play it all, of course, by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in this code right here, match 200 for new members, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Pick 4, Churchill. Brad Cox, Gary and Mary West. You don't expect to see these connections. Florent Giroux go off at this price. especially with the pedigree. I mean, this horse was a half-2 stakes winner homebrew that we talked about. Second time out, drop in class.
Yeah, nice effort. Really put it all together today. He got 1380 and change. And did everything I think a lot of people expected this horse to do second time out. The improvement from first start to second start. I don't know if at any point in a horse's career there is bigger natural / routine improvement than first to second, over as a rule of thumb. And he showed it today.
Dollar double. $227. Amazing.
You're pretty good at math. You cut that in half right away. Good for you. That would have taken a while.
I saw it on the other feed.
Oh, okay.
Second at Tampa Bay, opening day coverage. You give me too much credit. Maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile. Sorry, race 3, excuse me. And they're going to be making their way to the gate here shortly. 6 furlong sprint, condition claiming group, where we have 9-5 favoritism. On the 9, Native Hawk, been off since August at Delaware. I'll look at the stats for Oldsmar, Florida. You been there?
I have not. I want to get down there one of these next 2 winters.
One of the more emotional days we had on this show was Richard Grunder having his final call.
I remember that day. Yeah. Richard was
been there for so many years.
Richard was a popular figure in many ways down in Oldsmar.
Now Jason Beam on the mic as we get set to kick off our coverage of opening day here at the meet. Where are you going to wind up here?
I like the one, both the 1 Bazoo and the 9 Native Hawk ship in from Delaware for high percentage barns. Darian Rodriguez with the 1. Juan Arriagada with the 9. Arriagada had a fantastic meet at Tampa last year. I want the recency, though. We haven't seen Native Hawk since August 13th. Bazoo has been in training and been on the racetrack. He hasn't won in a long time, Bazoo. May of 2021, to be exact. But I like the inside draw. Antonio Gallardo, one of the perennial leading riders down at Tampa Bay, takes him out. Just got married the other day. He'll be honeymooning this weekend in Las Vegas, of all places. I don't know if that's a good idea. But yeah, Bazoo, for me, number 1. To the newlywed, Antonio Gallardo.
Congrats. Yeah, Antonio Gallardo always in the mix for that riding title as we get set for race 3.
Danny Centeno got married. I made a mistake. Sorry, Antonio.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Jason Beam. Here's race 3.
Kevin Whitty coming up. And in. They're in the gate. Couple of them fractious, settling down. And the race is on. Palladio, Native Hawk, hot and heavy. Those are the fastest ones early, hot and heavy. And now here's Bazoo down toward the inside. And Bazoo going to head them all off and go to the front. Hot and heavy out second. Native Hawk, the favorite up from the outside, is third. Preferred out comes down toward the inside from fourth. Kevin Whitty advances in fifth. Palladio, who broke sharpest, settles back sixth, about 3.5 off the lead. Then we come back to Poseidon in the red colors, seventh toward the inside. Then comes I'm Taking It to the Bank. It's a space of 7 or 8 more. Then back to Shake 'em and Bake 'em and Sir Khan. Those two both void of speed as they have 3.5 furlongs to go. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Bazoo 3/4 of a length in front of Native Hawk, now a length back in the second position. Hot and heavy stays toward the inside. Out wide, Kevin Whitty is traveling in third. It's a length more then. Back to the inside. Palladio is fifth right now, about 3.5 behind as Bazoo comes by the quarter pole. It's Bazoo in front, a length and a half. Native Hawk push to go after that one as they come to the top of the lane. Palladio continues to advance down toward the inside. Hot and heavy fourth. Poseidon has made up some lengths, is drawn within 5. They have a final furlong left to go. Bazoo, Native Hawk down the outside. Palladio trying to slip through down along the rail. It's Native Hawk up on the outside of Bazoo. These two for the final 50 yards. Native Hawk with the momentum. Bazoo kicks back toward the inside. They come to the wire in a driving finish. Photo, I think Native Hawk got it, but Bazoo was right there. Palladio had to settle for third. Photo for fourth.
Nasty beat by Bazoo. It does look like it's the 9 here, Native Hawk. Jose Batista, final strides, comes and gets this 5-year-old who ran a great race.
Was ready to roll off the August break for Juan Arriagada. He hounded Bazoo from about the 3/16 pole home. He didn't get that close to him, but you could tell, you could hear the footsteps, if you will. And Native Hawk kept coming, kept coming, kept coming. In the last 3 or 4 jumps, it looks like he put his nose in front of the hard luck Bazoo this afternoon.
That is a tough beat. If it is Native Hawk, and it looks like it is, that 9-horse, 19th career victory for this 10-year-old, who obviously is still going strong.
Yeah. A nice year so far. He's run 10 times now, 4 wins, 3 seconds, a third. And look, when you're running at Tampa and Delaware at these smaller tracks, it's going to be hard to earn. He's earned over $50,000. Now, this win today actually puts him over $56,000. He has done it the hard way, and he's earned over $390,000 now in a 72, Greg, race career.
Incredible. Now, before you slice up that turkey tomorrow, we got some good action for you. Churchill Downs, Grade 3, Falls City, Filly and Mare Distaff Division. Leader of the band for John Service draws the rail. We'll have Luis Saez tackling the talented. Played hard for Phil Bauer. It was sensational this summer at Saratoga.
Whether it's Division 1 or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Live coverage from Churchill Downs and opening day at Tampa Bay. It's presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Next couple of days really fun at Churchill Downs. A couple of big races on very good cards. Tomorrow it's the Grade 3 Falls City in this Distaff division. We talked about leader of the band. Played hard going to break. And leader of the band for John Service, 11 of her 16 starts. She has been first or second. Is she good enough, though, to be played hard at her best?
She comes out of 2 different restricted kind of races. This summer, colony up the spa was for fillies and mares who had not won a stakes race this year. Her subsequent start was against fellow Pennsylvania breds, where she failed to fire at Parks as the 3-10 favorite, Greg. Now she's jumping back into the open company graded stakes waters, and she's running into a filly who really has had a nice year, really year and a half dating back to last year, and played hard. I mean, sure, on her best day she could be right there, but man, you don't really, I hate betting and picking horses coming off of upset efforts like the one she had last time out. She was 1-5. and she got beat to fellow Pennsylvania breds. That is a tough pill
Obviously,
to swallow.
yeah, she didn't show up in that performance. She was second at search results, though, in a grade 3, just a few starts back. She has ability. And on her best, we'll see. She has the ability to be forward and tactical in this spot as well. She's 9-2. Let's check in with Paula Duca, get his thoughts on this race. Paula, you and I both saw, too, played hard and how impressive she was this summer at Saratoga. Does this race go through her?
Yeah, I think it does, Greg. You know, when you look at a lot of the Phil Bauer runners, I mean, we all know he just had a monster meet at Saratoga. Let's just be honest. He was, I want to say, over 50-some-odd%. Now, some of those horses have come back here to Churchill Downs, and we call it a bounce a little bit or a regress a little because they've run so giant up at Saratoga. But played hard seems like it doesn't matter, you know, where he runs or what he runs. It seems like she's always right there, or it doesn't matter what racetrack. Now, you look at some of her PPs, she broke her maiden here at Churchill Downs. Then she went into the Alabama, into deep waters, and was way back in 2021, way behind Malathot. Now you rewind to this year, and she's not that far behind Malathot in the Spinster last time out. And you can argue maybe that she likes this racetrack, but she is a horse that does fire a good shot every time, and she is the one to beat. And I would think she is going to probably be your post-time favorite for sure. And I know that Phil has always talked highly of her and is thinking that she's getting better and better as each race goes on and on.
Well, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, they had that sensational Saratoga. They teamed up to win 6 of their 13 races. Played hard was one of them with that huge figure she earned there. She actually improved off that in the Locust Grove, and they were thinking Breeders' Cup Distaff for a little while until that defeat to Malathot.
Yeah, she got beat too soundly by Malathot to really go forward, I think, especially when you have a race like this, like the Falls City, waiting for you. There's $500,000 on the line on Thanksgiving Day. So, you know, the purse structure down there I think is the same here. It's like $275 to the winner. I'm not going to go bang my head against those fillies and mares when I can come here and be 3-5. And, you know, that's the other thing about leader of the band. I'm played hard. It's going to be 3-5 tomorrow, and I don't think she's going to get beat. The other thing about leader of the band is I find that morning line to be, I want to say inaccurate. I'm just going to say inaccurate. She's going to be the decided second choice. Some of those other fillies that are in the same neighborhood as her, I mean, I'd imagine they're going to be 3-5 and 5-2. So don't get your hope. If you like leader of the band, don't get your hopes too high that you're going to get $7 or $8 on it tomorrow.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Clark, Grade 1, not a lot of Grade 1 prizes still left on the calendar, certainly on dirt. Clark is one of them on Friday. We're going to see the Kentucky Derby winner back in action at the site of his biggest moment. Rich Strike returns in the Clark. He will be the favorite in that race. Kind of new territory for him.
Yeah. I don't know if he's ever been favored. I don't know if his PP's has he ever been the favorite?
He has not.
Wow. A Kentucky Derby winner that's never been favored in his career. That has to be an impossibility almost.
We're going to have race 3 for you when we come back. 7 minutes away. 40,000 claiming sprint, non-winners of 2 lifetime. We'll have the post-parade when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
ending at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage as we get set for race 3 at Churchill Downs out in Louisville. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, the condition 6 furlong sprint. I did not know what to do in this. I can't believe Save Grace is this short a price. We'll get to that filly in a moment. Here's Ball Gown. It's been primarily on turf.
Yeah, first time on dirt was back in November of last year. Actually, 367 days ago, it was sloppy. She did run behind Lady Scarlet, but she didn't do much running at all.
Certainly one of the fillies to beat, but 3-2 favoritism. Save Grace, she just broke her maiden at Keeneland.
Yep, and that also was off a layoff there, and she was stretching out to 7/8, and now she cuts back, and she's at the most ridiculous price I've seen in about 3 weeks.
Alsana just broke her maiden in the slop at Churchill.
She did it in the slop. Yeah, I got confused with these two fillies. First off, the Mike Roan claim here. He wins at 25% on the year. That win came in her local debut as well.
Big figure from this one, 2 back in that maiden win at Keeneland.
Yeah, she had that big figure. She has a similar figure back in June over at Horseshoe Indy in the slop. You don't know which one of these fillies is going to show up.
One of the primary speeds, maybe the quickest of the quick. Here's Bayshore Foxes.
Yeah, third start off of a November layoff to October 8th. Showed plenty of speed going 7/8, then 3/4. She's back in for the 40 again, and she looks like she's supposed to be in front here.
Capable on dirt, but better form on turf for the club.
Yeah, not sure what to do with her. She used to be in the Christophe Clement barn. She's with Vicky Oliver now. She hasn't done much running in her last 2 starts, though she made up a little bit of ground late last time. I don't know if she's a dirt horse. She's probably more of a turf horse.
And this filly interesting, too, shortening up from 6.5 to 6, second off a lengthy off. Just got a little tired in that first start coming back.
Yeah, first off, the claim that this is the Tom Amos barn. Joel Mejia, while Dom is serving days down, his assistant is training the horses. This horse is outside of the other speed, which could prove to be vital. I thought this filly made a lot of sense. And you know what? In a tote board that I am just baffled by. I've crossed 2 horses off in the 5-horse field. They are currently your 8-5 favorite and 4-1 second choice. Those are the 2 I wanted no part of in here. They're your 2 favorites. I would land on Don't You Know It.
Tough race coming up. Let's get Paula Duca's take on it.
Yeah, guys, it is a tough race. It really is. These fillies, like you said, you just don't know which filly is going to show up. Now, Save Grace obviously did. Nacho Correas and Vincent Chaminade, they had a phenomenal Keeneland meet, and this filly won very nicely last time out when they took the blinkers off, going 7 furlongs on the drop. She was 6.5 to 1 that day. You know, they were going 7 furlongs. Were they going quickish up front? 23:46. It was an honest pace, 112. They finished up at 125. And this horse got a decent number. If you're looking at lowest numbers, it's not the lowest number that some of these horses have gotten. But then again, these horses are a little spotty in here. To get to the 7, don't you know it? You know, I think the 7 could be up against it or is going to have to rate here. And has shown ability to rate over synthetic. The first time over dirt last time in the Michael Tomlinson barn was good. I thought she ran a very, very good race. I just don't think she can get to the front end. Now got to the front end that day, tiny bit rated. But man, that 6.5 furlongs and almost 120, very, very slow. So I just can't get on board with the 7. You know, the 1 and the 6 in here, it just feels like one of those 2 is going to pop in here. They're just both unknowns. You know, the 1's never been over the main track. The 6 in here has had 1 start over a main track, and it was a while ago. It was here at Churchill Downs, but it was against Altered Shot and for a way bigger price. So those 2 horses are just the unknowns in here. So, you know, I actually went to the 4 in here. I just think this horse could be the speed of the speed. I know you guys are thinking the 5. I think the 4 can outquick the 5. And that race 2 back, if repeated, gets to the front end. I just don't know if anybody could catch the 4 in here at 9-2. So I'll take my chance. This horse opened up at 5-2, starting to float up. I don't really love the price. I thought the price would be around 5 or 6 to 1, and that's what I think I should get. But in a wide open race, I just can't take the 2 at 9-5. Although I do think she's a major player, I'm going to take the 4. Hopefully, Florent Drew on this end.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, that win 2 back. It was at Keeneland, though. Came to Churchill, did not back it up, but that figure much better than what anybody in this race has produced. But here's the favorite, Save Grace. She's got the upside, right? Start number 2, she breaks her maiden. She takes this huge move forward. She does it off a layoff as well. And I guess that's what the public's playing here.
Bawn was going well at Keeneland. And now, 0 for 4 to start the meet. Yeah, I guess. I don't know where this race came from. She took money in her debut. She took some money last time. She won convincingly last time. I wonder if the cutback's going to hurt her. I don't know.
She was impressive there, but that was Keeneland. And same thing, Domito Lucila, the 4. She looked impressive winning at Keeneland. She came back to Churchill, and she did not show up. So that form does not always translate. It appears there's enough speed to set up for the 2, but forward at this racetrack has been where you typically want to be. And that will not be the case with the 2 Save Grace, or 8-5 favorite. She's going to be coming from off of it, you would think. Third from Churchill Downs. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Don't you know it? Bobbled a little bit coming out of there. Nonetheless, breaks out on top. Bayshore Fox is showing speed. Ball gown and Save Grace down toward the rail. Domicia Lucila's right up there, too. And a scramble on early. 5 across the track down the backstretch run. Ball gown down inside. Short lead. Save Grace, Domicia Lucila. Bayshore Fox is 4 wide. 5 wide for Don't You Know It. And the club tucks in behind to draft behind this firing line past the half. A break of 3 back to Alsana the trailer. And the 5 of them continue across the track right onto the far turn. Save Grace up for narrow lead. Don't You Know It steps on it now. And Don't You Know It comes on to grab the lead and angle over toward the rail for the run to the quarter pole. The opening quarter was sharp, 22 seconds flat. Don't You Know It has shipped clear by 2.5. Save Grace is running in second. Domicia Lucila third. Bayshore Foxes, the club and Ball Gown heading for the final furlong. Don't You Know It clear by 3 still. Save Grace is fully extended. The club's trying to close in. Domicia Lucila. And then down inside it's Ball Gown, but up top it's Don't You Know It. Don't You Know It by 3 as they come for the wire. Don't You Know It wide trip and all's the winner by 2.5. Save Grace has to settle for second, as tight for third, the club or Domicia Lucila.
Don't You Know It sitting off the pace here, wide throughout at 7-2. This pace early was not what we expected.
Didn't break that well. Wound up in a 5-way scrum on the front end. And none of it mattered.
That's not usually a winning formula.
She didn't just win either. Like, from the quarter pole home, despite the call, I think Travis thought maybe, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm sure he assumed, like the rest of us, that at some point, the first 3/8 of a mile had to get to this filly. It didn't. First off the claim, doubles up in class, and jiggy jogs, to use a little harness pump. I'm going to Meadowlands to see Bulldog Hanover Saturday night, so I'm using a little harness pump.
When is he looking for?
It's
close to 30 by now, right?
It's over. And
is it?
When Saturday night's the final is
wow.
his swan song, so I want to be there. I've had the pleasure and the luxury and the privilege of covering him all summer long, and I want to go see him off.
World record
I'll
holder.
try and sneak in the winner's circle, too.
7-2-4 finish here, 7-2. Don't You Know It. Another upset. We've not had a favorite win so far in the card at Churchill Downs. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look ahead to the Grade 1 Clark on Friday and the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. He's going to be the one to beat for the first time in his racing career.
And obligatory goes by the ball. comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Don't you know it? Edgar Morales, 7-2, wide trip throughout. Expected if she was going to win, it was going to be on the front end. Not the case.
You know what I liked about this ride, Greg? Nothing went right. Yet Edgar Morales persevered and continued to use her best weapon. I love that move on the turn. Pedal to the metal, get a little separation, man. It's so, so important. You know, I'm going to pay this kid some high praise right now. It's not always, but the more I watch him and the more he comes along, he's got a little Joel Rosario to him. And coming from me, that's the highest praise you're going to get nowadays. When Joel first came to the circuit, he had this knack for taking advantage of the paceless races. And he would break these races open at the half-mile pole. And he'd open up these 4 or 5 length leads. And he'd win by a neck. And it was Heart Attack City. And I would explain to my friends that they pay you the same amount of money at the window or in NairaBet's account when you win by a neck than when you win by 5 lengths. He was employing a little bit of a risky / dangerous tactic. But he would find the right time to break the race open. This kid does that every now and again. And I think the more you have success with something like that, which it's a little risky, you feel more comfortable doing it. And it's 2 or 3 times I've seen him do it now, and these horses don't make dents in these leads. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep on
Tom
doing
Amos loves him, and
he's right.
He's turning a lot of heads at Churchill Downs. Coming up on Friday, Grade 1 Clark after Thanksgiving feast. At a mile and an eighth in the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, former $30,000 maiden claimer to Derby winner, just 4th in the Breeders' Cup Classic, is going to be your favorite.
That's today. This happened 6 hours ago, 8 hours ago. Sun's down, maybe 9 hours ago. Maybe 9 hours ago. He looks good. I'll tell you what my biggest issue would be. My biggest issue would be, this is a horse that skipped the Preakness. This is a horse that went Belmont straight into the Travers. And he's had a pretty hardy campaign. Travers, Lucas Classic, Breeders' Cup. He's got to come back in 20 days now. And I know it's too tempting to pass up the Breeders' Cup Classic. But I'll tell you what.
The Clark.
No. It was too tempting to pass up the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Okay, so what's
If he would have went from the Lucas Classic straight into this, I'd have been making a very large wager on him Friday.
Let's go back to your point about skipping the Preakness. They skipped the Preakness intentionally because Connections felt he's just not as good a horse, not even forget physically, mentally as well, in coming back on that short amount of time.
Well, there you go. And now it's 20 days.
Maybe,
they didn't want fire. They didn't want
maybe things have changed, but that was a few months ago.
I'm not buying it. Listen, I know he's getting home cooking here. If there was ever a high-profile horse for the course, I mean, this horse broke his maiden by almost 12.5 lengths, won the Kentucky Derby, and finished second to one of the best older horses. I don't know how good he is. I know one thing. He becomes a half a super horse when he goes beneath those twin spires. And I guess you have to give him a little bit more credit, another look on Friday, but that's just too much. To me, that's too quick of a turnaround for a horse that has had issues with the turnaround.
Let's not forget the way this track's been playing, too. It's been playing to horses
Absolutely.
forward. Inside's been good, so he'll be up against it from that point. Westwell Power looks like he's going to control that front.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and he's been good since Brad Cox has switched his tactics to a front-running style.
Back to Tampa, race 4. It's going to be fun. Grade 1 coverage of the Clark. We'll have it for you on Friday. This race was scheduled for the grass. They're off the turf today on this opening day of the meet. So 1 mile main track now. With that, quite a few changes. $16,000 maiden claiming race.
Yeah, a lot of guesswork here now. Because the horses that have run on the main track, no bueno, to say the least. So, I landed on the number 8 here, Easton E. Just entirely based on the fact that he has 2 races on the main track. And when I tell you that's the only reason I like this horse, that's the only reason I like this horse. He's 8-1, which is a good price.
Beat 1 horse in 2 starts.
Yep.
But that's the kind of field this is.
You asked, man.
This is the kind of field it is. Your favorite right now, 3-2. So this is zonal.
Imagine betting this horse at 3-2.
Been on synthetic the last 3 starts. If this were on synthetic, you could make the case for him. The only dirt start was the debut. It was a straight maiden race. It was first time out. Did have a hard time loading and getting out of the. So you can make excuses for zonal, and that's sort of what you have to do to like him at all in here.
Yeah, the 6, the Swayze Express, going from 4.5 to a mile from the all-weather up at Presque Isle. He ran into Motown Mischief. Horse named Mikey Bananas. It's a great name. What's your favorite Patrick Swayze movie? There's only one answer to this, and it's not Dirty Dancing, by the way.
Oh, they're doing a remake of it, by the way.
Yeah, it's terrible. I don't want to hear it. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Really? You don't see Roadhouse?
My man. There's one Dalton. It's the late, great Patrick Swayze. That's it. Ben Gazzara's in it. Ben's gone as well. Terry Funk from the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas. I mean, come on. How are you going to remake a gem like that?
I mean, he's terrific in Point Break, too. Greatest foot chase scene in movie history.
Yeah, it's it's not like throwing guys out of the double deuce, but it's a good movie.
6-5 favorite zonal. The Swayze Express at 2-1. Look, another one. You brought it up earlier. First start to second start. You can oftentimes just toss some. Not only do you see a lot of improvement, sometimes you could just toss the debut.
This is
it's
a lot.
learning
This is a
experience.
lot, though, right? 4.5 in May to a mile in November. Listen, would anything really surprise you here? Honestly.
I thought for sure you were going to say Ghost.
I wasn't a big Ghost
You're a sentimental
fan.
guy.
Yeah, I am a sentimental guy, but not Ghost. The Roadhouse, come on. I'm a rough and tumble guy before anything else, Greg.
With a big heart, though.
Thank you very much. It's very nice of you to say. Thank you. I'm a bear. Most people say I'm a bear. 98% Teddy, 2% Grizzly. Just keep the Grizzly under control and everything's fine.
6-5 favorite Zonal, whose dirt debut, did not show a lot, but did not even want to get out of the gate, didn't want to go into the gate. See if he's better behaved today. Jason Beam, the call. Here's race 4.
Express Easton E will be all set for a start here in today's fourth. Easton E, Jose Bautista already with 2 wins on the card. Easton E goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Cinco de Nero set hard for early speed from the inside, and Zonal going to go right with that one. And the 2 inside runners go very quickly as they run to that first turn. They quickly opened up 4 on the Swayze Express down toward the inside. Praline's Cat and Easton E at the back early on. But these top 2 going at it through the opening furlong. Cinco de Nero on the inside, Zonal on the outside, and they have now opened up 8 or 9 on Praline's Cat, the Swayze Express, Easton E. Those 3 pretty much lined up at the back as they peel onto the back stretch. Cinco de Nero and Zonal, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. So they are going an honest tempo up front. Cinco de Nero, Zonal, looks like Jose Ferrer trying to throttle down that speed just a little on the outside as they continue on. Those 2 are about 12 lengths ahead of Praline's Cat, Easton E, and the Swayze Express. Those 3 continue at a line. So they are in 2 groups here, and 2 very separated groups at that. They go past the half-mile pole. The opening half-mile was 47-1, so this strong tempo continues as they go toward the far turn. It's Zonal just in front. Cinco de Nero trying to keep pace with that rival. They're about 11 in front now. It's Easton E who emerges out of that second flight, who really comes up now as a challenging spot in third, is still 10 lengths behind. It's another 8 or 9 then back to the Swayze Express and Praline's Cat. So they wind around to the quarter pole, and this battle has been going on for 3/4 of a mile now. Cinco de Nero's back ahead in front of Zonal. They are 7 ahead of Easton E. Trying to get a run on from the back is the Swayze Express as they come to the top of the stretch. On the inside, Cinco de Nero, Zonal. Easton E is now 6 lengths back in third. The Swayze Express is starting going from fourth, still about 8 or 9 behind. A final furlong left to go. Cinco de Nero appears to have put away Zonal. Going to have to hold off the charge of Easton E and a late run from the Swayze Express. It's Cinco de Nero still in front. Zonal, the Swayze Express. Cinco de Nero won the battle and the war. Goes to win it by 3.5. The Swayze Express rallied to get into a photo for second with Zonal, and fourth was Easton E.
First time on a dirt surface. Felt like a race where that might be the case. Someone stepping up here. Cinco de Nero the win.
Yeah, this horse is also first start of the year for the trainer, obviously of the meet. Angel Arroyo switched his tack to Oldsmar, Florida for, I believe, the first time in his career. And he's going to, as Richard Grunder would say, have Cinco de Nero make every pole a winning one. Oh, that's a tough beat if you got, oh, man.
I think the 2 held on, but it's close.
You know, the mirror benefited the Swayze Express because the mirror, Greg, is after the pole. I thought, like you did when I first watched it on the slow-mo, the mirror, unlike at Churchill where the mirror is before the pole, at Tampa Bay, the mirror is after the pole. I don't want to call it. That's a tough photo to call.
Swayze Express put up for second.
Yeah.
Good call, 1-6-2.
Yeah, the mirror's past the pole. That was it. What a tough beat for, wow.
Oh, that is tough.
Could you imagine you boxed 1-2 there?
Look, battled this horse all the way around the racetrack. It's a mile back to third. And
the finish, it is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Thanks for being with us on this Wednesday afternoon. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Now stands a legendary stall, #1 at Claiborne Farm. What a runner, what a career, and what a job Charles Lepresti did managing Wise Dan through it all. 19 graded stakes wins. He won on dirt, turf, and 2 different types of synthetic surfaces. Also, he made history, becoming the first horse ever to win the same 3 Eclipse Awards in back-to-back years.
Well, we got him when he was a baby, and we broke him. He did everything right, but he was a big, gangly kind of colt. He really started to show some promise, and he acted like he could be a really nice kind of horse. I can't say that I knew he was going to be that kind of horse. It was better than we ever dreamed.
And they're off in the Clark handicap. It was a very level beginning.
You know, first time I rode him, basically he was strong, but he did let me do what I wanted to do and waited into the quarter pole and finally let him loose. And while I let him loose, he went on to win in the dirt, by the way.
Inside the final furlong now, and it is Wise Dan and John Velasquez who go to a lead of 2 lengths. Inside the final 16th, it is Wise Dan clearing away to take the Clark handicap.
When he was on the muscle, I wouldn't do very much with him, you know, so it just give and take with him and see how his personality was on that day, and that's how I got along with him.
You know, Johnny he used to tell me, he said he knows how to win, and that was the big thing about Wise Dan. I think no matter what, no matter the track condition, post position, what happened in the race, he knew how to win races, and he got along with him. He knew him, and they had a great relationship.
And Wise Dan strikes the front, sticks his neck out. He wanted to win today, and win it he will.
He was unstoppable that year. When we went to Breeders' Cup with him, I mean, when he trained out there at Santa Anita, he couldn't train any better. He shipped out there beautiful. You know, just everything just kind of built up to the end of the season, and it ended up that year to be perfect.
2012 Horse of the Year, Wise Dan.
This horse has made me so happy. I can't even express it in words.
He loved Saratoga. I love Saratoga. He just thrived up there. I mean, he was a legend up there.
And now it is Wise Dan who's taken the lead. Wise Dan in front.
A good horse like him going from track to track, different surfaces, and put his heart and soul to it, he's definitely a very special horse.
Wise Dan has called on all his class, and Wise Dan has won it.
It was just incredible, you know, everything that went along with it with Mr. Fink, a small breeder with just one mare, to turn out a horse like that, to do what he did time and time again, he never disappointed. It was just a dream come true to have that second year to turn out the way it did.
And they're off. Wise Dan breaks last. Wise Dan far outside. Wise Dan coming after Cyan and Grand Arch. Wise Dan gets his head in front.
He had a little bump. It was some swelling on his tendon, and we scanned it, and there were some minor tears there. I just couldn't run him like that. I mean, it was a tough decision to make. It was the right decision to make. We decided to bring him home because this is where he was raised, this is where he was broken, this is home for him.
I have visited him on the farm, and basically they do have it in the backyard. I mean, they have a big pen there. You know, him and his brother live together, but they don't come that often. You know, it's definitely one other time, lifetime, at least for me. You know, even ride in this many years. I don't think I'll see another one. I guess I get lucky to get something like that, but definitely a special horse.
That horse brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and I met a lot of nice people, and I'm a small trainer, didn't have many horses, so to have a horse like that was, you know, it was just a gift from above that horse was put in my hands and that it turned out the way it turned out.
He was incredible. One of the great horses we've seen in recent history. A lot of people don't realize, like, that Shadwell Turf Mile got washed off the grass. He got beat. Race was moved to a different surface. He won his final 14 races in a row on grass.
On the turf. Yeah, he was great racehorse. That word gets used way, way too much, in my opinion, the word great, and it applies to him because he did it on all surfaces, different running styles, overcame some adversity a couple of times. Johnny got hurt. Day of that Breeders' Cup out in California, I guess it was the 2012 Cup, when Johnny got hurt on the filly and the juvenile fillies. Jose Lascano, it was funny. You know, Johnny was 1. It was almost like Jose Lascano was 1A. When Johnny couldn't ride him for a medical reason or another call or having to be somewhere else, Jose Lascano, I think Jose was 4 for 4 on him, if I'm not mistaken.
Shadwell Turf Mile, he rode him that year, Jose Lascano, yeah.
So, yeah, Jose did a great job with him as well, but a great, great racehorse. You know, 2-time horse of the year. Like you said, I never thought about that. Older horse, turf horse, and horse of the year, back-to-back years in a run when the Horse of the Year award was not going to the traditional candidates. It was 3 fillies in a row, Rachel, Zenyatta, Havre de Gras, and then Wise Dan won it 2 years in a row. So
we may not see a streak like that ever again.
No, I don't. I can't imagine we will. Bricks and Mortar won it back in 2019 as a turf horse, but yeah, it's hard to imagine that we'll see that again.
Special one, former Clark winner. Again, we got live coverage of the Clark with the Derby winner Rich Strike coming up on Friday as we get back to Churchill Downs, 4th race coming through the tunnel.
I just noticed Friday's the 11-year anniversary, the 25th. They had it up on the video just now. We were showing his win 11 years ago to the day that he won the Clark.
Here's my favorite uncle. We got a 1-turn mile here, 30 maiden claiming race.
0 for 24 was claimed off of Steve Asmussen 2 starts back. The source has back figures that make him competitive.
Speed going longer on turf, but actually did show dirt sprint speed in the only dirt start.
Back in February, horse beat 1 horse home for a quarter. I think this is a tough road to hoe on in dirt.
13-1, Alfeo, Mitch Murrell rides.
Yeah, was in for a tag for just the 2nd time in his career last time. He made up some ground. Now he gets the 1-turn mile. I think this 1-turn mile might hit this son of Mucho Macho Man right between the eyes.
Look out. 2nd start, dropping class for this Dale Romans runner who had a poor beginning in the debut and took money.
Nimrods. What a name. Blinkers go on. Sort of stretches out, cuts in half. Taking a smidge of money at 9-1 as well.
I like the warm-up, too. Frosted Diamond at 8-1. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, and 0 for 9 in his career. First off the Tom Drury claim. Tom doesn't claim too many, as you would imagine. Just one other in the last 2 calendar years.
Madison loves Duke Al Stall. Ran at this condition last start. Was 5th, beat 5 lengths.
May 30th was the last time he was seen before the race last time. That was on the turf. Now he gets the blinkers on. I like the equipment change off the layoff. Son of Run Happy.
Old medication. Nice appearance here. Blinkers on with John Court.
Yeah, this horse has raced in blinkers in the past. It was last year at Laurel in Delaware. Now the blinkers go back on. He kind of woke up in his last 2. I think he's a little dangerous at a price.
This horse wants to be forward, has been going longer for Michael Ewing.
Yeah, does Declan Cannon just let this son of Liam's map go? Liam the Brave could be loose on a lead here. His 2 races for a tag. He finished 2nd and 3rd.
Close knit. Rafael Bejarano, Victoria Oliver blinkers on.
Another blinkers on. Another horse cut in half in class. 1 dirt race. He did not run well. He got beat almost 25 lengths while beating 1 horse home.
19-1 next door on the 10. That is Vale, who drops to the lowest level he's been at yet.
Yeah, the Knights of the Vale might need to help the Vale. The blinkers went on last time. They did not help. Sprinting didn't help. Going long didn't help. I don't know what's going to help.
A dirt debut for the 11 came last time out going 6.5, and the horse really seemed to wake up.
Drew to rail. Didn't have the cleanest of trips and still managed to finish 2nd. I don't know what he beat that day when finishing 2nd in front of 9 others, but he certainly woke up on the dirt.
This horse absolutely the one to beat. 5-2 mint. Got to deal with the outside post.
So I like to take my shots, and I like to say some outlandish things sometimes. I would not bet 1 penny on this horse today. Slipped behind start, rear slammed gate, and was walked off last time. This horse is having some real issues at the starting gate. He's got to deal with the 12-hole and favoritism. He is going to beat me today.
He's 5-2. Luis Saez will ride. Start of a pick 4, by the way. right here as we have a few more, I believe, left to load.
I made a pick 3 starting in the last race, got alive with Don't You Know It. I used a 1, 3, 7, and 8 in here. I think there's a chance for some chaos.
Let's go to Travis Stone, race 4, 1 mile coming up.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Waiting for Frosted Diamond, Madison Loves Duke, Guided Arrow, and Mint. They're in the gate. And they're off. And at mid-pack, Nimrods breaks out well. Madison Loves Duke is there. Bold Medications not far behind. And from the far outside, Guided Arrow races up. Vale's there with Mint on the far outside. Up the chute they go. And from their outside posts, Guided Arrow and Mint will go 1-2 up the chute, and coming through toward the rail is Nimrods, and in behind them is Bold Medication. So they cross over. Nimrods on through to the front. Guided Arrows racing second. Mint on the outside third. Bold Medication comes away fourth. Madison Loves Duke advancing from the inside fifth. Vale comes away sixth. Frosted Diamond racing seventh. Close Knit is eighth. Liam the Braves in ninth. And then it's Alfio in 10th and a break of 6 or so. Back to Tap the Candy, and completely and totally outrun is My Favorite Uncle, 30 lengths behind the rest of the field. The opening half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. They're on the far turn, and here's Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow has taken over as Nimrods gives way with Madison Loves Duke. Mint is on the chase now second. These two head to the quarter pole. Madison Loves Duke's racing third. Frosted Diamond comes on from fourth. The field comes off the turn. Guided Arrow in front. Mint to the attack. Mint is bearing down in second. And up the rail, Frosted Diamond's closing in. Madison Loves Duke is fourth. 1 furlong to go. Guided Arrow, Mint is leaning on him, and Frosted Diamond continues to rally up the rail. Here's Mint to the front. Frosted Diamond, Guided Arrow, both fighting on. Mint short lead. Mint got it. Mint the winner in the end. Frosted Diamond was second. Guided Arrow was third, and Tap the Candy rallied for fourth.
Mint, Luis Saez, Mike Maker, wide trip with a victory in those white blinkers.
It was very, very hard for me to overlook the trouble this horse has had in his last 2 starts. I guess it was a good sign that Mike Maker was running them back in 3 weeks. I don't know, I feel like at 5-2, I'm okay getting beat by this horse. With that said, good effort. It was a really good, it was funny. Raylu Gutierrez gave Guided Arrow a good ride. In doing so, he really helped Mint today, because when he left as strongly as he did after not breaking well last time from the rail, Mint just kind of followed him in, and he let him pave the road, if you will. And he just followed him in, and he was able to go from the 12 hole to being in about the 3 or 4 path most of the way.
It's got a little tight in the stretch.
They bumped. I don't think it's going to mean anything. How tight was it for second? It was tight enough for second, maybe. How about Edgar Morales? Another back-to-back really good rides. Frosted Diamond, this time he kind of saved some ground, and they were out in a 6 and 7, 7 and 8 paths, and he was able to save a bunch of ground and almost get the job done at 901.
Grinded out victory for Mint to break his maiden career start, number 6. Mike Maker, Luis Saez, Peter Blum Thoroughbreds as the 5-2 favorite. Well, the prices for you When we come back, we'll look back to last weekend at Aqueduct. Stonewall Star, talented 2-year-old filly, showing another dimension. And Mr. Karis, Dylan Davis puts her on the front end. She goes gate to wire.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back with you on America's Day at the Races. Pumpkin pie, one of my faves.
No.
For dinner.
Really?
Absolutely. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. What do you have?
Oh, not that my mom makes the most amazing cheesecake for dessert.
Okay.
I don't bring a lot to the Thanksgiving table. I make the cucumber salad to start.
You can like both.
I mean, you can like both. Pumpkin is one of the pumpkin's like a top 10 disgusting food item on the planet.
Back at Churchill, Mint. White blinkers on the outside. Out dueling Guided Arrow, and then has to hold off this 5 here. Frosted Diamond for second.
Yeah, good effort from Mint today. Completely blew up my pick 3. I didn't like this horse. There was just way too many negatives, I thought, and then you had to take the bad price, but he was able to overcome everything today and get the job done by about 3 parts of a length. Still unofficial as the runners head back to the barns to cool out. I don't know.
I don't know if we can see the head on or not, but is that what they're looking at here? Things got
I don't
tight.
know what the problem is. They literally hit a button that says inquiry. Just let the public know. Let us know what you're doing. Right. And it's official now. But how many times is that official sign up? 3 minutes? It was unofficial. We went to break. We came back. We were here for a minute, and it was still unofficial. They need to let the public and the bettors know that they are taking a look at it, they being the stewards. And it's not just the Churchill. It happens here all the time. It's ridiculous. What does it
More
take to
so
hang the
in
sign
Kentucky,
up?
though.
Yeah.
And it would be great. It would be great for the public. I mean, you're in the game long enough, you realize they are looking at it, but just for transparency's sake, it would be very helpful.
And it gives people less to complain about. It's just the people want to complain anyway. In this instance, I feel like they have a legitimate gripe. Just let us know you're looking at it. And I'm not saying this from this guy. I'm saying this from a guy who's on his phone firing away. I'm betting. I want to know you're looking at it. I want to know you're doing your job.
So no change. 12, 5, 11. We'll have those prices for you coming up in a moment. We're going to look, as we told you going to break, back at the weekend. Dylan Davis said once Porcano was scratched, the decision was an absolute no-brainer. We're putting this filly on the front, and now back-to-back wins, gate to wire.
And he not only used her best weapon, but he used the way the turf courses are playing to his advantage. You want to be forward, you want to be inside. By getting her forward, it allowed her to get inside. Now, after the scratches, quick math tells me he was in the 5-hole, leaving out of there. So you leave out of the 5-hole, you get over, you put one of your main contenders in Evie's Jets on the attack, but in that 2-path. This is the exact trip Evie Jets sat last time out when she blew by and got the Kanemachi's their first stakes win. I believe it was the Noble Damsel. She made the same move in here on Saturday. Sunday, and she just couldn't go by because those inside paths are coveted.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
been deadly. Strong form, convinced connections. They're going to keep her actually training next year. She's going to come back as a 5-year-old. Meanwhile, Stonewall Star, this filly looked to stand over this field in the key sense. Horatio De Paz said he wanted her to get involved in the race, not necessarily be on the lead, but she broke so sharp. She was out in front and easily dominates this group gate to wire.
Very simply a case, Greg, of just being better than her rivals. I mean, she was just so much better going in, just as good coming out. Nice effort here. Trip probably didn't matter with her, but she got a good one being on the front end. When you break as alertly as she did, the last thing you want to do is get in her way. I know you'd rather see if she can take a little pressure and stuff. I understand that and get involved in a little battle, but
she could be a little reluctant to load in the gate, too. She was not happy in that gate, but breaks clean as can be. And Horatio De Paz says not ruling out a start at some point now, gets open company with her in the near future.
You almost have to.
Tampa Bay, race 5, back to Oldsmar, Florida for opening day of the meet. 6 furlongs, main track, 6,000 claiming race. What do you think of Steady Till Ready from the rail?
I think Juan Arriagada is looking for his second win in the first 5 races at Tampa Bay Downs. Yeah, I saw this as a little bit of a wide open board. The public agrees. A couple of 3-1 shots beneath this 5-2 shot. I thought the horse on the outside, the 861, who is, since changing barns to Rafael Romero, is 2 for 2 sprinting. The one loss came going a mile where I don't think he wants to go that far. I like the 861.
Jason Beam, the call, race 5, Tampa Bay.
And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. Steady Till Ready down toward the inside. Road Bible is right there. And to their outside, Rocky's Buckaroo driving through his Ocean Ride. Also wants a part of the early mix. Here's Ocean Ride right up alongside of Road Bible. Steady Till Ready down toward the inside in third. Rocky's Buckaroo came away fourth. 2.5, 3 off the early leaders. Then we come back to Rookie Salsa, who races in 5th. Another length and a half back to Guaco in 61. They race as a team 6th and 7th. And they're 3.5 clear of No Commission, who's at the back early on. 22 seconds flat. So they drilled that opening quarter to the far turn. They go. Ocean Ride on the outside of Road Bible. Those two are now 3.5 ahead of Rocky's Buckaroo. Steady Till Ready down toward the inside is 4th, about 4 lengths behind. Then we come back to Rookie Salsa. 61 is trying to move out 3 deep as Guaco the Gray stays down toward the inside. They wind around to the quarter pole. On the outside, Ocean Ride. Road Bible back toward the inside. Those two have been going at it much of the journey. Rookie Salsa swings into action. Guaco comes off the rail out to about the 3 path for the late run. Down the far outside is 61. They have a final furlong left to go. Down on the inside, Road Bible. Ocean Ride is right there. Here's Guaco, and right down the outside, Rookie Salsa also putting in a bid. Down the far outside is 61. Still plenty of chances. Guaco makes the front late, though, and Guaco going to go on to win it. Second ended up very close. I think Ocean Ride held off a late charge from Rookie Salsa along with Road Bible. They were photoed for 3rd and 4th.
Guaco might have been a shorter price, but this horse had not been on dirt for so long. Last time he was on a dirt surface, April of this year at Hawthorne, he won.
Yeah, he got the job done with a similar trip. Ronnie Allen Jr., Maria Barasak, teaming up here, as they have for many, many years down in Oldsmar, to get the Duke. This horse had an accomplished record on a conventional dirt. 4 for 13 with 3 seconds and a third coming in. Three of those 4 wins came at this 6 furlong distance. You could make it 4 for 8 now at 3/4 of a mile on the main track.
You know, overall 9-time winner, this 5-year-old, but last 2 times he's been on a dirt surface, he's been a winner.
9 times.
3-1, I believe, in the end on Guaco. Off the pace for that victory. All those prices coming up in a moment. Churchill Downs Derby City 6 is coming up next when we return. Going to begin the sequence, 2 turns, mile and a 16th. $50,000 condition claim winners. It's non-winners of 3 life or 3-year-olds, but there are no 3-time winners in this field. We'll talk through the field when we come back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey as a stallion prospect is the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable, so we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything, so we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Thanks for being with us here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Live action from Churchill Downs and opening day of the meet at Tampa Bay Downs, where Guaco back on dirt. That's a winning formula for this horse. As Anthony mentioned, 5th win on dirt, 9th win overall for this 5-year-old.
Is this just short for guacamole? No, it's a plant. It's a plant in Central America and South America and West India. They're climbing plants. Guaco climbed his way to victory today. 4-1 all of a sudden. The 1060, little jingle. Go with the $10.
Learn something new in this program.
You do. Listen, it's educational as well.
Pick 5, $3,780 for the first pick 5 of the meet.
Not me. Lots of 3s and 9s in there. Those are my lucky numbers. 3s and 9s.
5th at Churchill. Going to close out the early pick 5 here and start the Derby City 6.
Not alive in this one either. Some of these tickets are huge.
Money on Carmichael. Morning line favorite, but that is a short number. This horse 2 back. Big effort at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, you know.
This is the race, though, at Keeneland last start. Outdueled Can't Hush this for second.
Yeah, this is a horse who, last time the slow start obviously hampered him going the mile on the 16th. He was on the lead in 4 of his prior 5 starts, 7 of his last 9. Yet he still showed the versatility to be able to pass horses. That always impresses me. That was off a little bit of a break, too, almost 10 weeks. Even money?
That's way too short.
We talked about this off air. Does anybody deserve to be even money in here?
I thought this was incredibly competitive, this group.
If you told me there was going to be an even money shot in this race, I would have had to have thought it would be the 7 Bourbon Thunder on the natural drop.
He's the class of the race.
Right? He's never run for a tag. Well, he hasn't run for a tag in a long time. And he established himself enough, I thought. I don't know.
He's a half length from being graded stakes placed. Very, very distant second in a stakes race to the talented King Fury for Kenny McPeak. But there's questions with him. Is he the same horse since he went to the bench late November of last year?
He's not. He's obviously not, right? You asked the right question. No, this horse is falling off form. His best race, by far, in those 3 starts in a year, was when he went a mile and 3/16 to Churchill, and he was able to walk on the front end, and he could not close the deal. Just really faded the last 1/8 of a mile. And maybe you could just say, well, he didn't want to go that far. He set in a comfortable pace. He's not setting a comfortable pace with the 1 Test Pilot, the 4 Can't Hush This in here, and Carmichael if he breaks. So, and no, he can win. He can win based on the drop back in for a tag for the first time in a year and a half. But I thought the 2 was just, I think 2 Anise is just way, way, way too big a price. Way too big a price.
The 2 horse 2 back. Got a figure that's, really with the exception of Bourbon Thunder, that race Carmichael ran 2 back. As good as anybody in here. But Carmichael showed you that ability he had, and that was at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah.
But that race was what Bourbon Thunder was running on when he was the good Bourbon Thunder.
Correct. Yep.
But can he do it here at Churchill?
6 to 5.
Taking a short price to try and find out. Going to start our post parade off with Test Pilot. Test Pilot, this horse could be forward, inside, and has the rail off to claim for Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, I'd imagine Luis Saez is aboard to make sure this horse is on the front end. 2 starts back, got the job done at Hawthorne in an other than allowance. Has hit the board in all 3 starts at 8.5 furlongs.
On the track.
Tawanas, this horse has gotten back on dirt, and it was that start at Churchill 2 back that makes him a player.
Yeah, made up some ground on the slop last time at Horseshoe Indy. I thought he ran well 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. I'm going to use him today.
King's Ovation, he's got some back numbers, too, for Dale Romans.
He does. He was in for a tag for the first time last time. Ran okay. Similar beaten race. Figures to get a better trip today with a better post.
Can't Hush This, the one who just finished behind Carmichael in that race we showed you at Keeneland.
You know, if Carmichael doesn't break again, I think Gerardo Corrales can put this horse on the front, and he might be the speed of the speed in here, and he's a square price at 7-1.
Mike Maker, one of the best in the business, going to stretch Leblon out off the claim.
LeBlanc off the claim. He's hit the board in 3 of his 5 at Churchill Downs. I don't know. It just seemed like you're almost betting him banking on the claim helping.
Here's a 6-5 favorite, Carmichael.
Yeah, 0 for 5 at Churchill, just 1 for 7 at the distance. Did not break well last time. This is a tough price to take on anybody in here.
And Bourbon Thunder, that back class, stakes placed in his career for Ian Wilkes.
Back in for a tag for the first time since March of 2021. He's held some pretty good company and raced well enough. See if he can work out a trip from his outside draw.
Chu, I don't know how you feel about this. I want to get your opinion on this. So there's 3 3-year-olds in the race. I just feel like this time of year, if you have 3-year-olds on the improve, they're catching up, may have caught and passed the older horses. I thought Test Pilot, Tuanis, and Can't Hush is all interesting because of that, the 1, 2, and 4.
There's an argument. You know what's funny? For a guy like myself who has an opinion on everything, I don't have that big of an opinion on this. I know there are 2 schools of thought. One, the 4-year-olds are still more mature, and that's science. At the very least, a little bit more mature. I don't think that's that big of a deal. The other side of it is, well, the 4-year-olds are still in the condition, whereas the 3-year-olds haven't had as much opportunity to get out of the condition. So, I don't know. 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. I don't have a strong opinion on it.
Let's go to Paul Duca for more.
Yeah, guys, I thought this was a confusing race as well, even when it comes to these 3-year-old colts and geldings in here, a couple 4-year-olds in here as well. But Carmichael, we'll start with your favorite. Deserving favorite, you know, I guess off a couple efforts. When you look at some of his running lines, he has running lines in here that obviously win this race. But you could say that of all 7 runners in here. But, you know, he does have a nice win 2 back. It just sticks out. He beat Bear Oak. My worry is he's 2 for 20. He's 0 for 5, like Anthony mentioned, at Churchill Downs. Do you want to take 8 to 5? Now, the horse on the outside of him, Bourbon Thunder, I understand he's a kind of horse that has a ton of class, but he's also a kind of horse that they don't really know what to do with him. He's a horse that they either go to the front, they come from behind. I know he's dropping in class. I thought he's a little tiny bit cold on the board, and he's another horse that is 0 for here at Churchill Downs. So the 6 and the 7 are 0 for 11 combined here. I don't get the disparity between the 6 and the 4 in here. Can't Hush This. Now, if you look at the 4, Can't Hush This, you know, the rest of this field, you have Test Pilot, the 1 has some speed. The 2, Tuanis has a race. The 3, King's Ovation. They all have races to go to that can win this race. But the one horse that's maybe at the lower level is Can't Hush This. 1 for 30,000, 1 for 20,000. But let's take a closer look. First 3 races of his career were not good. Then went around 2 turns with blinkers, second. Around 2 turns, win. 2 turf races, chuck him out. Around 2 turns, win. Then gets claimed. Around 2 turns, a half a length behind Carmichael, and I'm getting 7 to 1 compared to 3 to 2. The 4's never missed a board around 2 turns, and I'll take that price.
And that is a big disparity. Thanks, Paul. It's good stuff between the 4 and the 6 in here. Who not much separated those 2, although Carmichael, you know, his game is being more forward, and he didn't get it off to a great start in that race.
Yeah. You can't assume he's going to break poorly again. And the funny thing is he broke poorly and he still ran a big race. He almost got up. Another 3 jumps, he wins. I just feel like assuming everybody breaks cleanly, there should be some pace on in here. If somebody were to get loose, I feel like Can't Hush This, the number 4, is the speed of the speed. I think he's a little bit faster naturally than Carmichael is. I could be wrong, but I do feel like he's a little bit faster. I also feel like Corrales is more aggressive than Bejarano. And that has to be taken into consideration. I think there's going to be some pace in here, Greg. I really like this deuce. I really like this horse. I don't think there's any. He's run on a fast main track twice. Look who we finished behind in his other dirt race.
Yeah, Rich Strike.
Right? So, and that was without Lasix. He got the Lasix. His only dirt start on a fast track with Lasix, he got to be a length and a half in his 30 beat, and it came up a fast race in his lone start at Churchill Downs. I think he could work out a good trip under the biscuit today. Adam Biscuit's back aboard. Source is way too big a number. I mean, he's more than twice the price of the next horse in here. I bet a few bucks on this horse today. I like this horse today.
Well, there he is, 16-1. Yeah, fast track effort, 2 back, and it was at Churchill, too, where he earned a figure that definitely makes you take notice at 17-1.
Right?
Assuming, look, Carmichael, if he runs back to that race at Horseshoe Indy, he's going to be really tough to beat.
I need a little hitting. I need him to hit up front. I know what I need. I need him to also turn around and walk towards the gate the right way and not moonwalk in like he's Michael Jackson. It always helps when they load the right way, Greg.
Usually a positive. 16-1 on him. And we'll see what the 1, the 4 try and do if they put any pressure on Carmichael here. Let's go to Travis Stone, start of the Derby City 6.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Carmichael breaks well, and so does Test Pilot. Test Pilot put on the lead right off the mark from the inside post. Carmichael comes on to be second. Can touch this in behind with Bourbon Thunder moving up outside. First turn, and it's Test Pilot down inside showing the way. Carmichael's going to stalk the pace in second. Can't Hush This pulls up inside to grab third. Bourbon Thunder comes away fourth. King's Ovation is fifth. Leblin in sixth. And Two and East is the trailer. 6 lengths off the lead. They turn to the backstretch run, and it's Test Pilot the leader, unopposed on the front end after an opening quarter in 23-3. Carmichael is stalking in second, and no hurry to go by with 5 furlongs to go. Can't Hush This continues on, covered up toward the rail. King's Ovation comes on through and takes over fourth. Bourbon Thunder trying to keep that spot on the outside. The back two, Leblin and Two and East. Half mile to go. Test Pilot hits the far turn, still in front. But Carmichael is closer now, just a half a length, now a neck behind. Carmichael putting in a bid with 3 furlongs to go, and these two matching strides midway round the far turn. Can't Hush This right there in behind while third. King's Ovation under pressure fourth. Bourbon Thunder's wide in fifth. Leblin's starting to pick it up. Leblin's weaving through down inside to within 2 lengths of the lead. They're off the turn. Carmichael comes on to grab it. Carmichael's in front, but Can't Hush This is cut loose, and now Can't Hush This is in front. Can't Hush This takes the lead right at the 8th pole. Leblin runs up into second, and now Leblin's going to come after Can't Hush This. Can't Hush This in front by a length. Leblin finishing well. Here comes the wire. Can't Hush This holds on. Leblin ran out of racetrack, settles for second. Carmichael was third, and Test Pilot was fourth.
Paul LaDuca talked about the disparity in price between Can't Hush This and Carmichael. Not much separated them when they met in the last start. You get 5-1 here as opposed to 8-5.
Yeah, and you get the money at 5-1 as well. Good job by Corrales. You know, I thought he was the speed of the speed. He was, in fact, laying fourth early on. Behind the speed. Test Pilot was aggressive. Carmichael, even Bourbon Thunder a little bit. And a good job by Corrales, Gerardo Corrales, being a little patient, making the move at the perfect time, right? If he waits a little longer, Leblon probably gets by him. If he moves sooner, Leblon probably gets by him. But he didn't. And he got the job done at a juicy 5-1.
Fourth choice on the board of 7, by the way. Can't Hush This. Too big a number. After that showing against Carmichael last time out, gets the win here. Gerardo Corrales, Richard Esvanco, and Sean O'Brien, your winning connections here. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Showdown coming up. Grade 1 Cigar Mile, Grade 1 Bluegrass winner, third in the Kentucky Derby, and the shortest he's gone since his debut. Zandon ready to line up against Baby Yoda. We'll have a preview coming up.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 5th race at Churchill Downs to start the Derby City 6. Conclude the early pick 5. It goes to Can Hush's 3-year-old with the win. 3rd win of his career. 2nd off the claim. Turns the tables on Carmichael.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's what this horse paid today. $12.34. Nice effort. You have that pick 5. You're gonna buy me a little. You're gonna buy me a little Thanksgiving Eve dinner. Maybe go for a couple of brewskis.
Jeez,
Almost 24,000.
961. Well done if you had it.
Were you a big Thanksgiving Eve guy, Greg?
No, more about the day.
Used to go to Yonkers. That's how I used to spend.
Of course you did. Well, what time would you get back? Would you make it back for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, when I was, I would make it. Yes, I went to St. John's University, which is about 6 miles from here. So me and the guys would go up to Yonkers. Time went on, play some races. Ordinarily, I would hit the pick 4. When I have a few beverages in me, adult beverages, I usually handicap a little bit better. No, I'm not going to start drinking before the show. And then we would come back down by the bars by St. John's. And then we'd get here. We used to run on Thanksgiving Day. We'd get here for the 10:30 opener.
You're representing the Johnnies today. Well done.
I am, a little bit. Some people thought it was Saratoga.
One of the final Grade 1s of the year coming up. Grade 1 Cigar Mile. We always look forward to it. This year's edition we'll get to in a moment, but this was the coming out party when it was the Naira Mile back in 1994 for a horse who was making just a second start back on dirt after he'd gone a lackluster 1 for 11 on the grass.
It was important in a lot of ways, this Cigar Mile win. It was the second race of the streak. He'd go on to win 16 in a row, tie the Great Citation. It was also important because Mike Smith, who you'll see right there, about 7 lengths back and second aboard Devil Is Due, had ridden Cigar in his allowance win here at the Big A. And Mike decided to stay with the far more accomplished
5-time Grade 1 winner, Devil Is Due.
Devil Is Due. It also was the start, and I believe the real catalyst, in one of the most dominant jockey-trainer combinations in the history of horse racing. Jerry Bailey had already been riding a lot of horses for Bill Mott, but when he put him on Cigar, and Mike Smith chose Devil is Due, the seismic shift in New York racing was undeniable. And he would go on to see that happen another 14 times in a row across the country, really across the world, as they won the inaugural Dubai World Cup as well. That's something I don't think he's ever given enough credit for. The late great Alan Paulson, Bill Mott, taking that chance, going into the Dubai night, getting the job done, and really paving the way. You see him $185 shy of $10 million.
Yeah.
185 bucks shy of $10. I wonder if Jerry Bailey thinks about that when he watches the Pacific Classic replay. It cost him $10 million.
What if Mike Smith thinks about it? You bring it up, and it is an interesting storyline, but I think just about anybody would have made that choice.
You almost had to, but it's just amazing how hindsight's always 20/20, right?
Back to Tampa Bay.
Yes, back in Oldsmar. Off the turf today. Unfortunately, rain hampers the big day down. Don't worry, they have about 7 months of turf racing to come your way.
Yeah, main track now was scheduled for grass. Non-winners at 2 lifetimes, $16,000 tag in a mile. And Cerulean on the rail, 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, I don't get this. Supposed to never run on the dirt. By Air Force Blue out of a this is all turf. Why do I want to bet this horse? I want to bet the 11 at the same price.
Meanwhile, yeah, you got a main track only. You just won by 14 1/4 on dirt at Delaware. This is strange.
The second choice in here, Wasser. Hasn't won on the dirt. Now he won. He broke his maiden by 9 lengths to 16,000 over the course back in April. Well, this horse was faced the starter. This is the 15th start for this daughter of Union Regs. 15, 3-year-old. Yeah, I gotta like as much 11 as I can get here, don't I?
That is a little strange. Those two are the same price. Look, maybe Cerulean can win, but even the figures on the turf, they aren't that fast. If the horse has durability.
Helen Ortiz, the 11, had the blinkers come off last time, and they certainly seem to almost have an opposite effect. The blinkers coming off kind of woke her up, and that happens sometimes. Sometimes the blinkers they're really used to get a horse to focus, but sometimes they can also kind of turn a horse down a little bit just by not giving them the freedom to see what's happening around them. And Angel Arroyo, I would imagine, is going to make his mark on this jockey colony this year. I think things are going to be a little different for Gallardo and Centeno and Pablo Morales and the mainstays down there. We'll see if Angel Arroyo can make a mark on opening day.
Well, meanwhile, the 14 taking a little bit of money too, who does draw into this race. Only dirt start. Slop, Tampa, race taken off the turf. Ran second, but a very low figure doing it. Jason Beam, the call. Here's race 6, start of a pick 4 from Tampa Bay.
Magic Surprise now coming closer. And making her way up toward the starter's line. Magic Surprise goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. La Brody shows good speed between horses. Broadway Peggy is right there. Cerulean down toward the inside. Also right up there is Helen Ortiz. Those four right across the track as they go to that first turn. Bella Romance going to try to tuck over in 5th. In fact, does get all the way over to about the 2 path as Wasser stays down on the rail from 6th. After that comes Dorothy's the Boss in 7th, and Magic Surprise 8th and last, about 9.5, 10 off to lead up front, who is Cerulean. Jesus Castanon took advantage of that inside draw, cut the corner, and they've opened up now almost 3 lengths to La Brody, who's in 2nd. It's a length and a half more to Broadway Peggy. Helen Ortiz out 3 deep in the 4th spot. Coming through toward the inside, Wasser just passed a couple runners, was 5th and now 3rd and challenging for 2nd. Set a space of 4.5 more back to Bella Romance. After that comes Dorothy's the Boss. Magic Surprise still trails as they have 4.5 furlongs remaining off a 25-1. Opening quarter mile. So tepid pace up front here for Cerulean. Cerulean in front past the half-mile pole, the opening half in 49 2/5 seconds. Wasser continues to creep through down toward the inside of La Brody. They're second and third. Helen Ortiz going to be cast out 3 or 4 deep in the 4th spot. Just in behind that, Broadway Peggy in the orange colors is 5th and about 4.5 adrift. It's 2.5 more after that. Back to Dorothy's the boss, who tries to commence a rally from 6th. After that, Bella Romance, nothing yet from Magic Surprise. They wind around to the quarter pole. Cerulean trying to sneak away here. It's Cerulean to the top of the stretch in front. 3.5, 4 now. Wasser back in second. Helen Ortiz, Dorothy's the boss, creeps through down toward the inside. They have 3/16 of a mile left to go, and Cerulean to catch. Jesus Castanon and Cerulean by the furlong pole, 3.5 in front. Wasser, Dorothy's the boss, Helen Ortiz, they're second, third, and 4th, but they're not gaining on Cerulean. It's Cerulean inside the final 16th of a mile. Cerulean all the way. Cerulean goes on to win it by about 5.5, 6 in the end. Wasser was second, third was Helen Ortiz, and 4th, Dorothy's the boss.
Dirt debut, Cerulean put on the front end and goes gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, I'm going to check my email to see if I got the memo about this horse being able to handle the dirt today. I did not. Did you?
I did not either. We're the only ones who didn't know.
And never, absolutely, positively never in doubt. Horse had a 3-length lead around the racetrack. None of the other speed went. Jesus Castanon just put this filly on the front end, and that was it. 8 lengths under the line. Nobody moves, nobody gets hurt.
Cigar was 1 for 11 on the turf, moved back to dirt.
Yes.
This horse 1 for 9 on the turf, moved back to dirt.
Call a cigarette. I don't know what you call
it. Right move to put this horse back on a dirt surface for the first time. Runs away with it here. It was an X factor. We didn't know what we get. Public did though. Made this horse the favorite.
Yeah, that's remarkable that this horse was the favorite.
Those prices for you coming up. We talked about the Great Cigar because, of course, we have the Cigar coming up early December. So let's take a look at this field. And Grade 1 winner, Zandon, 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. Going to shorten up to shortest distance since his debut when he won at 6 furlongs. Coming off that runner-up finish at Tampa in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Yep, you see Double Crown, the upset Kelso winner in there. And Zandon, I think a lot of people, including myself, have been waiting for a little distance relief for Zandon. Those same folks, most of us, were the ones who thought the 1.25 miles and the classic distances were going to be right up his alley. We were wrong. So far, we were wrong. And now this 1-turn mile, it's a short field so far, still a week and a half, so I'm hoping we get a few more. He's hoping we get a little bit more speed in there because he could use a little pace to run. When Baby Yoda's around, there's usually pace, so I don't think he's got that much to worry about, but it's always nice to have a little insurance policy on the front end.
Speaking of Baby Yoda, that one just freakish performance, Saratoga 2 summers ago, but he still managed to put in some really good efforts after that. Even though he hasn't become the star, I think a lot of people thought he might become after that, including 2 back at Belmont at Aqueduct with his 99-buyer win.
We talk about Rich Strike and his affinity for Churchill Downs. Baby Yoda's a nice horse. He becomes a really nice horse in Saratoga. His 99 speed figure going the mile aside a couple of starts back. If we're talking turkey here, pun intended with Thanksgiving being tomorrow, he's got to win the Kelso last time. He's got to close the door on a $55 horse. I'm sorry. He just does. And I'm not going to tell you I don't think that the result would have been different if we were in Saratoga. Probably would have finished the job in Saratoga. He's just a different horse there. And I'm not saying he's not a nice horse down here. I'm just saying he's a different horse and a better horse in Saratoga.
Interesting take on Zandon. Yeah, everyone thought more ground would be his friend. Maybe it's shortening up. The horse who won 6 furlongs first time out.
We've been fooled before, my friend, and certainly looks like we've been fooled in this instance. But
Look
we'll
at this
see.
lineup. Cigar Mile, Demoiselle for the ladies. Remsen for the boys on the road to the Kentucky Derby. 1 1/8.
How about this day last year? Demoiselle won by Nest.
Yeah.
She's turned out to be okay. Cigar Mile was American Revolution. What Todd horse beat Zandon in the Remsen?
Mo Donegal, right?
Mo Donegal.
Would win the Belmont.
He only won the Belmont Stakes. So
Pretty
you had
important day last year.
So last year we had on Cigar Mile Day, we had the eventual Belmont presented by Naira Betts winner We had the Coaching Club American Oaks, and more importantly, the Alabama winner, and American Revolution. Not bad. It's a pretty good day, I think. Maybe we could stop talking bad about the Remsen now, too? What do you think?
It can be hard to live up to.
Can we stop? Can we stop talking bad about the Remsen, everybody? Really? Love the Remsen. Love
talking bad about the Remsen.
People talk bad about the Remsen all the time. I want to go and find them all. And just have a stern talking, give them a stern talking to.
As you should. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Look who's in Kentucky. And turning heads as usual, Luis Saez. Trying to chase down, yes, that first ever Churchill Downs title. Had a winner early on the card, trying to add more coming up.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
They hit the top of the stretch, and Gunrunner turns for home in front. Opens up a length and a half. Breaking Lucky pops outside for the stretch drive. Breaking Lucky's putting in a bid now. Opportunity is third on the outside. Shaman Ghost is fourth. 1 furlong to go, and the gritty Gunrunner is digging down and fending off Breaking Lucky. He's pulling away late now. Gunrunner by 2. Gunrunner by 3. Gunrunner's going to get his grade 1, winning the Clark by 3 lengths on the wire.
The true coming out party for Gunrunner, who had this Clark win and then had just one of the great 4-year-old campaigns we have seen in a long, long time.
If you put $5,000 on the table, I couldn't have given you Breaking Lucky finishing second to Gunrunner in this 2016 Clark. Yes, it was a coming out party. And it's funny because he'd suffer a couple of more losses before getting on his win streak.
Oh, just one.
Oh, he didn't run in the Pegasus,
behind the
right?
incredible
the Arrogate
Dubai World Cup performance by Arrogate.
Why did I think he ran in the Pegasus? He didn't. He beat that's right. He beat California Chrome in the Pegasus. Did Arrogate? There we go. Okay. Loaded up for Bear down at Churchill the next few days, huh, Greg?
Yes, they are. Look at this lineup. It is incredible. So that Clark we're going to have for you on Friday. Derby winner Rich Strike. Going to try and hit his name, add his name to that list of impressive winners. Ms. Revere on that card as well. Tomorrow, though, Fall City and Cardinal.
We got a couple of filly and mare stakes. We'll be here to cover them together at the second half of the program. There's also a blog up over at Naira Bets that I did. I put a couple of plays up as well for those 2 races to get you through the day. So head on over to NairaBets.com to take a look. Our race of the week is the Clark as well. Both of those blogs are up and running right now.
Derby and Oaks preps as well on Saturday.
Yep. Future Star, what's the Stars of Tomorrow too? Electric Boogaloo.
Great movie. Late pick 5, 6 furlong, 75 maiden claiming race. I saw it in the theater.
Can't believe you got that. That's
Bet He's Ready.
I'm so proud of you right now. Yeah, dropped down last time. Got the job done off a March layoff. I almost got the job done, I should say. I'll tell you what, this is the Money Burner Derby. This horse has been 2-1, 6-5, 2-1, and 3-1.
Far from final 8-1, Raylo Gutierrez, Brett Calhoun.
He's been even money in 7-2, showed speed in both starts at Remington, tired, and finished 3rd and 2nd, respectively.
In Solido, double-digit odds.
5-1, 6-5, 8-5, 5-1. He's got 2 third-place finishes from 4 tries.
Here's Cyclone with Brian Hernandez Jr.
Got beat at 37 cents to the dollar last time. The blinkers come off for the first time in his 12-race career, and he bumps up in class from the maiden 50 to 75.
22-1, Rock With You. Michelle
All
Lovell.
night. First time Dirt. First time Michelle Lovell. First time Gabe Saez. We'll see if this son of commissioner takes to the main track. He's a big price.
Stanford Freedom at 5-1, Julian Leperoux.
Dropped to this level and added blinkers last time. Got beat a little less than 2 lengths after a tough start. With a clean trip, maybe he gets out of the maiden ranks today.
A couple of first-timers on the outside. This one makes a nice impression and is taking major money for a barn that does not usually win first out.
Historically does not win, Greg. In the last 2 years, the barn won 4% with 92 starters. That's a lot. That's 4 for 92.
Significant money.
A lot of
to pay
money.
attention to on the 7. And then Dog Red, first-time starter outside, son of Flatter with Edgar Morales.
Yeah, first up for Robert Medina. Edgar Morales looking for another win on the card today. Robert Medina was longtime assistant to Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. So it's a little quiet on the board at 9-1.
Wow, Paulie, Bourbon Creed, first-time starter. That is a significant amount of money for this Ian Wilkes first-timer.
Yeah, it is, Greg. And you guys make a lot of good points, or Anthony makes a lot of good points, because you can poke a hole into a lot of these favorites. So I think the public is thinking, okay, let's go to someone that has not started, because, you know, like Anthony said, the one horse in here, Bet He's Ready, I understand it just missed by a neck, but has been the favorite in 3 or 4 of his career starts. You go down to a couple other runners in here, like you said, Cyclone got beat at 37 cents on the dollar. I mean, it just tells you right there, a lot of these horses have gotten beat. The 2 got beat at even money first time out at Remington Park for Brett Calhoun. So, you know, there's a lot of holes or what to figure out in here. Is the 7 live as a first-time starter? I thought the 8 actually for Robert Medina was a horse that looked okay on the racetrack. He owns this one too, so he could place this horse wherever he could have. And, you know, been working well in here. Like you guys were saying, the 7 taking money for Ian Wilkes, who really doesn't win a lot. Bourbon Lane Stables. They paid $120,000 for the son of Jimmy Creed. That's a nice little price for a son of Jimmy Creed, but I just don't understand the price on the 6 in here, Stand for Freedom. First time out, this horse lost to Actuator, Hippodrome. Hippodrome's obviously come back to win in a super-duper fast race. This horse has been in multiple big fields. Last time out, literally got left, had to be 4, 5, 6 wide, made a middle move. And Ian Wilkes back at this price. It's scaring me that the 7 has taken more money than the 6. I can't believe it, to be honest with you, because I actually love the 6 in this race.
At 9-2, yeah, trouble trip last time out, and was not far behind the betting favor right now. Bet He's Ready at 2-1.
You want to make up that much ground on this track, though, or at least attempt to? I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to.
Oh, here's after the trouble. And Stand for Freedom,
Yeah.
step slow, bumped at the start, wide all the way around the racetrack, and about a length and a half behind Bet He's Ready.
It just keeps on coming. You got to love that about this horse. Just kept on coming. I don't know if you want to try to make up this ground. You're probably better off trying to make it up at Keeneland than you are here. I think that's my biggest problem with him. Supposed to get some pace, far from final the 2. The 3 in Solido have some early gas. But he needs to make up a considerable amount of ground on a track that just doesn't seem like it's happening lately. How about the price on the 2 far from final? This is too big of a price, isn't it? I mean, you kind of this was just 4-1 on the morning line. Yes, softer circuit.
Numbers that I look at, they don't match up. But
okay. But
I wouldn't be shocked.
You know, Bet He's Ready has burned a lot of money. We talked about how, you know, other horses in here have had a lot of chances. Cyclone's had a lot of chances. Stand for Freedom has a lot of ground. How about the money? I'll tell you what. The board's telling you to bet Bourbon Creed. They're begging you to bet the 2 Far From Final, but it's telling you to bet the 7 Bourbon Creed. Far From Final's too big of a price, and that's basically what happened here. The 2 and the 7 have basically flip-flop morning lines. Far From Final, the number 2 was 10-1. He was a 4-1 morning line. The 7 Bourbon Creed was 12-1 morning line. He's 7-2. So there's your tote board puzzle solved. I'd like to solve the puzzle, Pat. It's solved. We just solved it, buddy.
See how it plays out.
I got to bet a few bucks on the 2. Maybe I'm a sucker, but that's just too big of a price in this horse. And if he gets in front, and that's been a good recipe here. If he gets in front, he just keeps on going on the Ray Lou Gutierrez. I want to get some of this $22. Maybe I'll get some jingle too.
It's surprising with those trips that the big disparity between the 1 and the 6. I'm with Paul, but still, gosh, 5-2 on this first-time starter for a barn again that's patient, gives them a race. That's significant with a 7. Let's go to Travis Stone, start of the late pick 5.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bet He's Ready bounces out near the top with Far From Final. And those 2 hook up early on. They've sped off by 3. Here's Insolito advancing inside. And then it's Bourbon Creed racing in 4th, Dog Red 5th. Rock With You comes away 6th. Cyclone near the back with Stand for Freedom. And they're all chasing Bet He's Ready down the backstretch run. Bet He's Ready on through to take a clear-cut lead as they hit the half-mile pole. The opening quarter in a swift 21-4. Far From Finals on the chase, still second. Insolito tucked away toward the rail third. Bourbon Creed is 4th and only 2 lengths off. And Dog Red on the far outside 5th, starting to rev up. Stand for Freedom is finding his best stride to within 5 lengths of the lead. Rock With You and Cyclone. Quarter pole. Bet He's Ready, a little bit wide off the turn, but in front. Far From Final still there. Bourbon Creed fights on. Insolito down toward the rail. Stand for Freedom in behind. Here comes the 8th pole, and here comes Bourbon Creed. Bourbon Creed strikes the front, opens up by 2. Stand for Freedom runs up into second, trying to run down Bourbon Creed. Bourbon Creed got the jump and won. Bourbon Creed first, Stand for Freedom second, Far From Final was third. Bet He's Ready checked in 4th.
Tote board did everybody a favor here. Told you this first-time starter from a barn that gets them better with time, usually does not win first time out, was a major player, and this horse looks impressive.
You knew this horse was going to be competitive today. Not only the tote board, but when the gate opened, most of these Ian Wilkes first-time starters are way out the back. This horse was laying 3 lengths off a pretty fast pace. And he drifted up to 7-2 and got punched down going into the gate to 5-2. They bet early and often, and they got the stuffing today, my friend. 5-2.
With extra gravy.
Extra gravy. They got the crusty part of the stuffing.
Word was out, though, obviously, on this first-time starter in a major way.
Yes, sir.
Hard to keep the secret around the racetrack. 7-6-2, 5-2 second choice for Ian Wilkes, first-time starter. Patient. Pays off. Had to wait a long time for this 3-year-old to debut.
Yeah.
This horse might have a future down the line.
Big race, big effort. Congratulations to the Connections if you had them at 5-2.
Enjoyed it with you.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll see you on Thanksgiving. Up next, more live action from Churchill Downs and opening day Tampa Bay. Acacia Clement, Richard Migliori. They'll have it for you the rest of the way. Kathleen O making her return. That's in the Cumley on Friday. Next crew will have a preview for you right after this short timeout. More on the way on America's Day at the Races right after a break.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
We are so very grateful for all of the work that the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance does. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on FS2 Thanksgiving Eve as Acacia Clement and Richard Migliore take to the set to take you the rest of the way as we continue our coverage of Tampa Bay Downs and Churchill Downs as well. Opening day over at Tampa, and looking forward to continuing the coverage there today.
Yeah, really, I've always enjoyed Tampa Bay Downs. I think any jockey likes tracks that they've had success at, and winning the Tampa Bay Derby a few times there. But it's got that kind of quaint, almost country fair atmosphere.
It does. It's very charming. And we'll continue on with some Tampa coverage in a bit. But first, we'll recap what happened in the 6th race at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. And as you heard Anthony and Greg talking about before the break, the tote board told the story with first-time starter Bourbon Creed, who is ready to roll on debut for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, son of Jimmy Creed, and Ian Wilkes, not noted for winning with first-time starters, is capable of it, obviously, but a trainer that definitely kind of builds his horses into their careers more. So the fact that the money was showing on this horse kind of tipped everybody's hand that he had been working well in the morning and kind of lingering on his left lead. The inside horse, excuse me, he did everything properly on the outside and just powered away. The nice effort here.
Big, strong gelding by Jimmy Creed. Wins at first asking with Ricardo Santana in the saddle. Flip back to that left lead late, but definitely clear of the rest of the competition. Was 5-2 off a 12-1 morning line, $7.84.
And that's the Ian Wilkes Exacta. Bourbon Creed, the 7 of the 6 Stand for Freedom, also trained by Ian Wilkes. And how do you like 5-2 over 9-2? A $43 Exacta. The Exactas pay huge at Churchill Downs.
Nothing wrong with that, that's for sure. As we turn our attention over to Tampa Bay Downs, we get ready for race number 7 coming up next. Horses approaching the gate for this maiden claiming race for 10,000, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. That's a look at the field. To the outside, the favorite is the number 11, Aiding and Abetting, who we haven't seen in about 11 months and does take a drop in class off that layoff.
Yeah, showed some speed going 5.5 furlongs. Has been off a long time. Drops from $25,000 maidens to $10,000 maidens. Also has to go 6.5 off that extended layoff. Not the easiest distance to return at.
Yeah, that was just one race as a 2-year-old that we saw him compete in. Several horses came out of that race to be successful, but again, that was a long time ago. The number 6 Absolutist is taking some attention, I would imagine, off of that good dirt race 2 starts back, as the majority of his starts have been turf and synthetic.
Yeah, I guess everybody's reading into that one start on Tampa Bay dirt. I thought the one, My Big Drama, was interesting coming up, going to Tampa from Gulfstream Park. Tough post, but horse does have some speed and is turning back in distance, so it has probably an edge with conditioning.
I watched that last race at Gulfstream, and he looked to me like the type of horse that would appreciate going a little bit shorter. Really kind of hustled, was chasing a 40-to-1 shot, and get some a little bit less distance to deal with today by Big Drama, of course, the Breeders' Cup Sprint champion.
Yeah, and again, being inside should use some of that speed, and if he can show speed with that turn back in distance, I think this horse could be pretty tough here, and he has more recency.
2-to-1 on your favorite to the outside does make sense off of class, but what will we see as he makes just his second start nearly a year later? Loading in, again, the races we'll be covering are scheduled for the dirt. They were off the turf. I just came back from Florida. There was quite a bit of rain down there in the last couple of days, but we always look forward to some good turf racing throughout the meet at Tampa.
Has it been cold down there too?
Cooler this week, yes.
Cooler this week, okay.
Yeah. Into the gate for race 7 at Tampa Bay Downs. We'll send it up to track announcer Jason Beam for the call.
Minister Quinn coming up. Waiting on My Brother Mike, Golden Wonder, and aiding and abetting will be all set for a start here in today's 7th. Aiding and abetting, Aubrey Green to the outside. Aiding and abetting goes in. They're in the gate. Actually, there might still be one in behind. Now they've gone forward. In the gate. And the race is on. Aiding and abetting out wide, got away in good order. Minister Quinn driving through in the green colors. Golden Wonder's right there between them. We lost a rider at the back. Mr. Fernando, the number 9, unseated the rider. The horse is running along with the pack at the back. Up front, Minister Quinn aiding and abetting those two 1-2 as they go by the 5/8 pole. They're a length and a half ahead of Golden Wonder. My Big Drama to that one's inside is 4th. It's 2.5 or 3 more then. Back to Runaway Tom. After that comes My Brother Mike. It's another break of 2 then. Back to Absolutist. Then another 5 or 6 back to L. Mike Tyson. Again, number 9. Mr. Fernando unseated the rider at the start. 22-4 the time for the opening quarter mile, and a battle up front, aiding and abetting up on the outside of Minister Quinn. Those two continue on past the 3/8 pole. They've 2.5, 3 in front of Runaway Tom, who now emerges up into a closer challenging position in 3rd. Winding up on the outside, My Brother Mike goes on by My Big Drama. Absolutist is trying to rally up as well. They come to the top of the stretch. Here's Runaway Tom right up alongside of aiding and abetting. These two into the stretch. My Brother Mike swings out wide for the drive. My Brother Mike and Runaway Tom, those two now go on best. Aiding and abetting is back in 3rd. Absolutist trying to run on between horses with My Big Drama. A final 16th to go. Runaway Tom and Marcos Meneses trying to edge clear here. My Brother Mike on the outside is 2nd, but it's going to be Runaway Tom to do it here at 5-1. Runaway Tom, the winner by 3.5 in the end. 2nd was My Brother Mike. 3rd went to My Big Drama. 4th was aiding and abetting.
Number 2, Runaway Tom gets the win under Marcos Meneses. As you heard in Jason Beam's call, the number 9, Mr. Fernando, did unseat rider Manny Jimenez at the start. Give you updates as we have them, but no doubt about the winner here, Richie. Runaway Tom finding the right spot.
Yeah, finding the right spot under aggressive handling. I had the right idea trying to beat the favorite. I went to the horse that was more well beaten out of the same race at Gulfstream, the 1 who just ran evenly, but the 2, Runaway Tom, drew off as much the best.
Marcos Meneses, who had ridden him at Gulfstream last time out, I think a rider who sometimes is a little bit underrated throughout the Gulfstream meet with some of the top riders there, coming over to Tampa already on a strong start and doing a good job with Runaway Tom.
You need opportunities. It's not jockey racing, it's horse racing. If you ride the right horses, you get an opportunity to showcase your abilities, and you know how tough it is, especially the championship meet at Gulfstream.
Indeed, but getting another win, Runaway Tom gelding by the Big Beast. We'll bring you prices in a bit, and we'll continue on with the live racing action beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, getting ready for a big weekend with lots of graded stakes at Churchill. But today, the Late Pick 4 is our next order of business.
consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill's fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as we get ready for race number 7 at Churchill Downs. 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. Does kick off today's late pick 4. And we have a pretty wide open field right now. A couple horses on the board at 7-2. One of those, the number 1, Baby Got Backspin, Richie, who tried Stakes Company at Keeneland last time, still a maiden, finishing 3rd.
Yeah, so she stakes placed already, enhances her value, but she's run 4 times, and all of her efforts have been good. She really hasn't run a bad race yet.
There is Effortlessly Elegant, who is a first-time starter taking some attention. She was 10-1 on the morning line, 3-1 now on the board as your tepid favorite. She debuts for Norm Cassie.
Well, we talk about letting the board help us in situations with horses that don't have proven form. It worked out the last race. First-time starter for me, Ian Wilkes, took money and won. This filly was a $475,000 yearling purchase.
Yeah, not much in the immediate family. The dam is the sister to Indiana, who's a multiple graded stakes winner. But yeah, high purchase price for that 2-year-old filly by Liam Smack, but none higher than that filly right there, Exhibit Hall, who sold for $1.6 million as a 2-year-old after working 9 and 4 at the OBS April 2-year-old sale.
Yeah, and they bought the individual here because her pedigree really shouldn't have commanded that kind of money. But we watched the work together, the 9 and 4. And she is quick. She's got a strong hind end on her. You really saw the extension. Now, how does that translate? That was on synthetic.
Yep.
This is on dirt. I mean, she obviously has talent. I like the fact that Paulo Lobo has her. He's a very, very patient trainer, a guy that I have a lot of respect for, and he's having a terrific year, winning it better than 22%.
We'll talk more about her chances in a moment. Back over at Tampa Bay Downs in the winner's circle went the number 2 Runaway Tom, who finally found the right spot in start number 10, Marcos Meneses, in the saddle as he cut back in distance.
Yeah, and I think a generous price, $12.60. I really didn't care for the favorite aiding and abetting, the 11 on the outside off that long layoff going 6.5. This horse got a very strong finishing ride and got it done at $12.60.
Back over to Churchill Downs with these 2-year-old fillies, the number 12 High Class, all the way to the outside. She's drawn 12 of 12 in this field. There she is, filly by Into Mischief for Steve Asmussen. She ran quite well last time out. This was in her 3rd start. She got a 70 by her speed figure. It was a wet track, But one thing I liked is that she was never too far from the pace setter, kind of leaning on a foe there in the stretch, and did get run down late, but definitely an improved effort, Reggie.
Yeah, and she's shown speed in all 3 of her starts, and she was in that tough position, fighting between horses, and just got a little bit outgamed late, but should be a part of the pace here. Interesting, Steve Asmussen seems like he's been moving it around a little bit. Gets Corey Lannery here this time, which he rides some for Steve, but you don't see it that often.
Yeah, and this one's 14-1 too. Does that concern you off of that big effort last time out?
I wonder if people are discounting it because it was in slop and saying, well, it wasn't a true race, but she wasn't badly beaten by Baby Got Backspin. Mighty Madison, who's just inside her, who came back to run poorly, stretching out, but she has speed and she's outside. It kind of gives Corey Lannery options. He's not forced into the race. He can allow her to use her speed, but not under the same kind of pressure that maybe she would be if she was drawn inside.
You just saw the number 6 Varsity Blonde, who comes from a family of well-named horses out of Maryland Monroe. She is after the likable New York bred Some Like It Hot Brown, who's a multiple graded stakes winner, go on the turf.
Yeah, I like clever names. And when I was looking at this earlier, I saw Maryland Monroe and Varsity Blonde. And Some Like It Hot Brown, very nice horse. Better on turf, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of those speed mile and the 16th turf types. Well, 2-year-old fillies, let's get a little assistance. Check in with Paul LaDuca live at Churchill.
Thanks, Acacia. Thanks, Mig. Good to see you guys on this beautiful, I guess, Thanksgiving Eve card here. And we got some nice 2-year-old fillies in this race. This is a loaded race because when you have a horse like the one in here, Baby's Got Backspin, she's been behind Fun and Feisty. She's been behind Hoosier Filly, the nice filly, the Intimissus filly. That's probably going to be your favorite. They just drew for the Saturday's Tomorrow Stars. She's going to be your favorite for the Goldenrod for Tom Amos Hoosier filly. So Baby Got Backspin, the one in here, has kept very good company. Now Malibu Toast, the 4, I'm a little bit surprised that she's taken money, although back-to-back second place finishes for Brad Cox, one at Churchill, one at Keeneland. But you guys talked about the buzz. Listen, the 2 exhibit hall, 1.6 million, got to talk to Paulo Lobo. The issue's going to be the gate, and she's a big-looking filly. If she can get out of there, I think she's got a big shot. But the buzz coming in, guys, today, I didn't get it on the horse in the last race, but everybody told me that this 3, Effortless, Elegant, can run, and from 10-1 down to 5-2, and she is the lowest will pay in the doubles, Acacia.
Wow, that's interesting. All right, Paul, thank you. 5-2, still as your tepid favorite now. Effortlessly Elegant, first-time starter for Norm Cassie. Let's meet the rest of the field, starting with that stakes-size filly, Baby Got Backspin.
Yeah, 4 starts, 3 seconds, and then that third in the stake. Gets back with maidens, has to overcome the rail.
Here is Exhibit Hall, $1.6 million daughter of Munnings.
With that big work at OBS, nice steady work tab for her debut.
She's 8-1. I thought she'd be a little shorter on the board. Here's that favorite, Effortlessly Elegant.
Yeah, and usually the board is a good barometer of a horse's talent. She's taken all the money. Sharp-looking daughter of Liam's Map.
Here's Malibu Toast. She's had 2 starts so far.
Yeah, and she's shown good speed in both starts. The thing that I find a little disconcerting is Brad Cox's horses usually don't give ground, and she has in both her starts. Grudgingly in her first.
She has. She's hit the lead both times. Here's a neutralized first-time starter for Alstall.
Yeah, out of a mare that's had 2 foals to race, both winners.
Filly by Run Happy debuting there. Here's Varsity Blonde with that good turf family.
Yeah, so by hard spun, so there is ability in the family.
Have to Some Like It Hot Brown, feeling fresh out there today as you see Gerardo Corrales with his feet out of the irons. That'll keep a 2-year-old a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, and keep him in the middle of her, too. Get some leg around her instead of riding so short. Maybe have her shoot out from under him.
Here's the number 7, Miss JD.
At a Paquita Coqueta, who was a stakes winner on the turf.
That one's 21-1 right now. Filly up by American Pharaoh. As we keep on with the first-time starters, somewhere out there is the number 8, Tango Zulu, firster for Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, the Pulpit mare War Relic, who's had 2 foals, both winners.
She's 38-1. Brian Hernandez going to be in the saddle, filly by Creative Cause, as we'll go to one who's making her first start since a pretty good second at Ellis, but back in July. Here's Mally's Monsoon trying to run off.
Yeah, she's a little bit keen in the post parade. She rallied to be second best, but Just a Warrior came right back to win the debutante off of that maiden victory.
Here's In Color, another first-time starter.
Yeah, out of Grand Am was a multiple graded stakes winner. Bear now earned over $1.1 million, and this horse has some fast works.
Next will be the number 11, Mighty Madison. She cuts back in distance. I thought she was a player.
Her first start was good when she rallied from off the pace sprinting, stretched out, didn't want any part of that, back to sprinting.
Was not too far behind Baby Got Backspin and Hoosier Philly. That good debut race Paul touched on him. Here's the number 12, High Class.
Has speed from the outside and ran a good figure last time. Maybe people are discounting it because of the slop, because 11-1 seems a bit high on her.
That's the field. The 2-year-old fillies for the 7th. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, I think maybe, Mig, you make a good point at 11-1. Maybe a lot of the public's thinking, okay, Ricardo Santana is jumping to this first-time starter to the 3 here that's taking a ton of money. And, you know, listen, we've known, if you don't know, jockeys and trainers, they have their relationships, and Ricardo and Steve have gone through their little bit of troubles. They've made up a little bit. So, you know, so Ricardo to leave a Steve Asmussen horse, the way their situation has been, I think it just puts more promise on this 3 in here. I can't believe this horse is bet this low into this race when you have a lot of horses that you're going to see on Stars tomorrow that these horses have been running against. I want to just mention one horse in case you hit the nail on the head, was the 11, Mighty Madison. When I talked to Phil Bauer, when he went around 2 turns, I was actually there at Keeneland, and he wanted to settle and make one run, sort of like what happened in her first start. And you can argue she might have been better than Baby Got Backspin in her first start. So she's the one horse of the outside horses that is taking money, and I can understand that for Phil Bauer at 7-1. But, again, everybody all over this 3-horse, Effortless Elegant.
Yeah, 5-2 now, taking quite a bit of attention. Paul, thank you. As we see horses finishing up their warm-ups, and Effortlessly Elegant, she's out there under Ricardo Santana. And as Paul mentioned, you can't always read deeply into it, but probably a good sign that he does land on that first-time starter. We're taking a quick pause to welcome in Regional Network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California or San Diego, so glad to have you with us on this Thanksgiving Eve, getting ready for some of the big afternoons that we're going to have throughout the rest of this week, particularly at Churchill Downs, with a lot of exciting graded stakes action to come. Occasionally, Richard Migliori with you on the desk. Paula Duca live with us at Churchill Downs. As Richie, we're getting ready for this 2-year-old filly race here in the 7th. There is the number 2 Exhibit Hall. She sold for $1.6 million at the OBS April 2-year-old sale.
A flashy daughter of Munnings, chestnut with all that white chrome on her, and obviously very, very fast. Watching her work, especially on the gallop out, you could just see how strong her hind end was, and like how much she pushes off. Horses don't pull themselves, they propel themselves forward. She had a look. I tell you, the more I watch this filly warm up now, admittedly on television screen,
right.
I'm not there live, effortlessly effortlessly elegant. She just looks very, very sharp, very smart.
She's a nice mover.
Yeah, really nice mover. She looks like she's very clued into what is coming. We talk about it all the time. Horses have to have the physical ability to do it, but they also have to have the mental capacity to handle things properly.
Get the whole family out ready for all of the excitement at Churchill Downs. We love to see it.
That's great.
Yeah, I love that. A nice family day at the races. Maybe you're off work. That's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And you could see she was so into seeing the horses. And have you seen the video that's been going around of the little girl barrel racing?
No.
It is fantastic. I mean, awesome. She is amazing. She's fearless, and this horse is brilliant. I've got to find the video for you.
I love that. I love that. We've got the 2-year-old fillies coming up next in the 7th. The number 3, Effortlessly Elegant. She was 10-1 on the morning line, 5-2. When we heard from Paul Aduca prior to this post parade, he said this has been the buzz horse of the day, and it proved to be true in the last race, as we saw in Ian Wilkes, first-time starter, who was taking a lot of attention, victorious on debut, and the board is telling us this filly is live.
Absolutely. The 2's starting to take some money now. She's down to 5-1 with that big work, but I think the money on the 3 is significant. I'm a little curious about the 11 and the turn back at a much bigger price, though. I think she might gets the right setup because I think we're going to have a lot of speed on here.
Yeah, you could see some quick young horses in this 7th race. Mighty Madison already had 2 starts. The sprint race much better than the route race as she cuts back in distance today. Loading in for the 7th, we'll get a chance to see somebody get their picture taken. Graduation day for one of these young fillies. Race 7 from Churchill Downs coming up next. Let's go to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for Varsity Blonde, Mighty Madison in high class. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mally's Monsoon breaks out well. Varsity Blonde is there. So too Malibu Toast down toward the rail. Neutralized between them and up close as well. Down the back stretch, Malibu Toast steps out to lead. Neutralizes Stocking in second, and Varsity Blonde is away third. Baby Got Backspin advancing toward the rail fourth. Mighty Madison up into fifth, and Colors right there sixth. Effortlessly Elegant running along in seventh. Mally's Monsoon is eighth. Miss JD's in ninth. It's a tight pack up top, and very awkward there was In Color for a few strides toward the outside. Farther back in the field, High Class is about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. 5 more back to Exhibit Hall, and Tango Zulu the trailer. The opening quarter was 21-4, and it's Malibu Toast coming for the top of the stretch, but they are stacked across. In Color far outside, Mighty Madison is there, so to Neutralize. Baby Got Backspin is bottled up in behind as they race for the 8th pole. Malibu Toast, Neutralize, Mighty Madison, In Color, High Class is on the scene. Baby Got Backspin in behind, 1/16 to go. Neutralize, Malibu Toast, Mighty Madison, the 3 of them across. Effortlessly Elegant, too late. Neutralize got it. How about that? 41-1. Also right there, Malibu Toast, Mighty Madison, and Effortlessly Elegant.
Well, I don't think the tote board was wrong because Effortlessly Elegant was flying late, but this one, a very big price, Neutralize at 41-1. Wins on debut for trainer Al Stahl, the Run Happy filly.
Yeah, by Run Happy was surrounded. I mean, she looked like she was going to be swallowed, and she just refused to lose, kept fighting it out. Very game effort by Neutralize. And, yeah, Effortlessly Elegant was broke a little slow, was very far back, finally settled, and she finished with big interest, but the race was over, and got to give the winner a high mark. So for a young horse to show this kind of determination speaks volumes about the effort she put in.
A big effort from that young filly by Run Happy. Julianne Leperoux in the saddle. She was valiant to get the win at 41-1. We'll take a look at what is still coming up on our program. Today's race is, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm, where Run Happy stands. We just saw his filly win on debut. We still have races 8 through 10 to come at Churchill Downs, off the turf over at Tampa Bay Downs, but the remaining races on the card are scheduled for the main track. Taking a look at the field for the 9th race at Churchill Downs, which is the feature of the day. It's a nice allowance going 7 furlongs. on the main track, as we'll see what we get from the number 9 Marsalis, who has done very little wrong in his career so far. He's obviously well bred by curling out of Hot Dixie Chick, and he's coming off of a win. This will now be the 3rd start of his form cycle for Steve Matheson.
Yeah, and he's never been worse than second in 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. Horse that has speed, and he's shown he has determination that he'll fight for it. And I like those kind of horses. They make you pay to get by them, but being by curling too, you would think. I mean, I know his damn Hot Dixie Chick had a lot of speed, but you would think being by curling 7 furlongs shouldn't be an issue.
He was able to navigate the 6.5 last time. As you said, he fought for it. It was very game. He'll get an extra half a furlong to navigate today, going the 7, but he's done very little wrong in his 4-race career so far. We'll talk about a big name who looks like he'll actually be a short price for once. Rich Strike, pointing to the Clark this weekend. There he is this morning, training at Churchill Downs, his favorite racetrack that he'll get to run over once again.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Everything's gold. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapo, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we get ready to see what the return was for this race at Churchill Downs, it was a high-priced 2-year-old first-time starter. There are the prices, $85.82 for Neutralize, who's ready to roll on debut. Run Happy Filly for Al Stahl.
Yeah, I mean, she was just very determined, very game in between horses. Neutralized at $85.
How about the 10-set Super, $2,600?
Wow.
Some big prices in there. Turning our attention back over to Tampa Bay Downs as we have race number 8 coming up next. It's 6 furlongs on the main track, 3-year-olds and up in this allowance. There is Chimney Rock, who's going turf to dirt. The favorite, though, is the number 5, Drama's Player, who came off of a pretty big layoff at Delaware last time out and wanted to break his maiden. He'll be facing winners for the first time here.
And several much more seasoned foes here, but he is coming off that big win at Delaware Park. Daniel Centeno Sticks, who rode him at Delaware. He usually always has a big winter at Tampa Bay Downs, too.
You can earn a $20 bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $50 each at Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy today, and you can get a $20 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Go to NairaBets.com to opt in and play today. 8th race coming up at Tampa Bay Downs, 9 to 5, 8 to 5 on Drama's Player. The number 8, Remuda, taking a little bit of attention as well. He's a little bit of a tough read, Richie, because he goes back to the dirt after breaking his maiden on the turf with a gaudy figure, and we haven't seen him since that maiden win in April.
Yeah, doesn't it feel more like maybe a place just to get this horse started to get to the turf?
Yeah, I would certainly think so.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I'm getting for this.
This is not even off the turf race. It was scheduled for the main track.
No, right. And, sometimes a trainer will use a race to get a horse prepared for what they really want to do. The Son of More Than Ready certainly looked like he was much better on turf. Mm-hmm. Not that his first race was bad on dirt. I was a little bit interested in the 2 Scrutinizer. It's a 14-time winner from 50 starts.
Yeah.
He's got speed. He's run races that certainly are more than fast enough to win here.
I thought it was interesting. He went right to the lead last time, and he hung on to be fourth. He was surrounded. He had horses on either side of him, one coming up the inside, the others outside. He just took a lot of pressure in the latter stages. The Iowa bred.
Iowa bred earned over $500,000, over $550,000. Hawthorne, it can be a very demanding track. Those very fast fractions he set. He's the horse I want in here at a better price than even the favorite, who is just so lightly raced. Mm-hmm. I go back to it. Mike Tyson. Everybody knew he was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had 20 or so fights before he stepped in with really tough competition. I think he's facing a much more seasoned rival in the 2 Scrutinizer.
I love horses like this too. Scrutinizer, who's raced 50 times. He's had 14 wins at 12 seconds. He's obviously still at the top of his game. And these types of horses, they really look after themselves as well. They are incredibly consistent. You'll see horses in the claiming ranks in these types of allowance optional claiming races, and he certainly fits that bill.
Yeah, 32 starts. He's been first, second, or third from 50. These are the kind of horses to me that are just the heart and soul of our game. They show up, they bring their lunch pail, they go to work.
Yeah, I love that. 3-2, a very short price on Drama's Player, and getting a quick glimpse at him as they go to the starting gate. He is really on his toes as well. Imagine we'll see some speed from him today, or at least he'll try to send, as he wasn't quite the fastest last time at Delaware Park, but Danny Centeno did ask him for a bit of gas early on. Well,
especially going 5.5 and coming off the bench. I think that he's probably forward. I don't see him making the lead, certainly not over Scrutinizer if he breaks cleanly.
Mm-hmm. Scrutinizer, we know he has that early speed. We'll see what we get from Drama's Prayer, who is only making his 3rd start, second off the layoff. We'll try to go 2 for 2 in 2022 for Gerald Bennett. If you've ever followed the races at Tampa, odds are you've seen Gerald Bennett's name a time or two. Has been around Tampa Bay Downs, pretty much part of the scenery there, and always has a good meet.
Yeah, again, it's just got a great feel to it. I love the surface there. I think it's a very safe surface. We've seen more and more trainers want to winter there because they feel like their horses get such good foundation.
Going into the gate for the 8th race at Tampa Bay Downs, we'll send it up to track announcer Jason Beam for the call.
The final one. Verrazano in the sky to the outside. Just about set. The late double getting underway here on opening day. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. Drama's Prayer flashing speed. Scrutinizer toward the inside. Those 2 fastest onto the main course. Lord Barrier just in behind them, away 3rd. Right to that one's outside. Remuda now puts a nose into that 3rd spot as Verrazano in the skies on the outside in 5th. Another half length back to Expensive Style, who's sixth and only 3.5, 4 off the early pace. It's 3 more lengths then back to Classic Bet and San Constantino. Chimney Rock is ninth and last and already about 10 or 11 off the lead up front. Scrutinizer and Drama's Prayer. These two do battle through an opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. They bend into the fire turn. Remuda joins the party out 3 deep, and those 3 right across the track past the 3/8 pole. They're 2 lengths in front of another lineup of 3. Verrazano in the sky out wide down to the inside Lord Barrier between them. Expensive Style. The top 6 only covered 3.5 or 4. San Constantino trying to get a run on from the back as Remuda takes over at the top of the stretch. It's Remuda at the top of the lane, quickly in front by 2 now. Scrutinizer tries to battle on from second. Drama's Prayer drops back a little bit in third. Lord Barrier looking for a seam, trying to run on with Verrazano in the sky. San Constantino down the far outside with a late run, but a final 16th to go. Remuda and Jesus Castanon in front here. It's Remuda by 4.5 in the final 50 yards. A riding double for Jesus. Remuda wins it by 6 in the end. Second ended up very close. It's a photo between Verrazano in the sky and Scrutinizer.
Well, Owen Hardy knew what he was doing. Richie and I certainly did not. Remuda was ready to roll off the layoff and clearly was very happy to get back to sprinting on the dirt.
Looked like a winner every step of the way. He loomed up 3 wide around the far turn and just kept widening. Very handsome gray horse by More Than Ready and finished the deal promptly. Maybe they'll stick to the dirt now.
Maybe. Well, one thing's for sure is they have options with the Godolphin Homebred by More Than Ready. He won on the turf. He won on the turf going long, and he's now won sprinting on the dirt. How's that for versatility?
Yeah, that's versatility there, and a horse that's handy, put himself right where he needed to be, and finished the deal. I mean, that was a sharp effort. Scrutinizer might have got pipped for second after dueling with your favorite, the 5 Drama's Prayer.
He did all the dirty work. 2-win day for Jesus Castanon as we'll continue on with our live racing action. More from Churchill Downs. Everybody's excited in the paddock as we get ready for the next race beneath the Twin Spires. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got this precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Final 16th of the Derby, and it's still epicenter. Zandon surging, and here comes Rich Strike down toward the inside. It's a wild finish in the Kentucky Derby, and on the wire, Rich Strike does it! Wow! A shocker in the Kentucky Derby!
80-1 in the Kentucky Derby went from a maiden claiming race for $30,000 to the most prestigious race in the world on the dirt at Churchill Downs did Rich Strike. And since then, Richie, he's validated that performance with good efforts in the Travers, in the Breeders' Cup Classic coming off of that 4th place finish. And now he will go for Grade 1 glory at his home track on Friday in the Clark.
Yeah, I'm really happy he showed that wasn't a fluke. He's a horse that does have a lot of ability. He trains sometimes like you think he would show more speed than he does sometimes in his races, but he actually did in the Lucas Classic. He's had his best races at Churchill Downs. You can make a case he should be undefeated. And he got an absolutely brilliant ride and trip in the Kentucky Derby from post 20.
Just unbelievable. Wasn't even in the body of the field. Drew it in with the scratch of Ethereal Road and shocked the world with that win in the Kentucky Derby. This Lucas Classic effort 2 starts back behind Hot Rod Charlie, an older horse who's also incredibly talented as well. As you said, Richie, there's an argument that he could have won this race if he had just kept moving forward. But that said, he ran into a horse who's willing to put up a fight, and we know that about Hot Rod Charlie. It was another good effort from Rich Strike.
Yeah, and it seemed to me like he was on his way to victory, and Sonny Leon decided, let me go down here and throw a few elbows at Tyler Gaffleon and engage Hot Rod Charlie, which I think was a mistake in itself right there. But you're breaking your horse's forward momentum to go engage with a horse that's a street fighter. He likes a brawl.
Hot Rod Charlie, Grade 1 winner in his own right, too. And we see Rich Strike in his preparation. Last 4 efforts, 4 out of 5 efforts were 100-plus Beyer speed figures, including a 106 in the Breeders' Cup Classic, where he was coming from off of it. Of course, there was no catching at the mighty flight line. He did finish 4th. I thought more than anything, though, the race that really kind of validated his Derby performance was the Travers, where it's much better than it looks on paper. It was really close, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, behind Epicenter in that Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that more validated his Derby win than any of his other races. And listen, Epicenter was just so good over the summer, and I think Epicenter kind of locked up 3-year-old champion. I couldn't make a case for anybody else, even if Rich Strike was to win, the Foster.
Oh, the Lucas Classic.
Excuse me. No, the Lucas Classic. But even if he's to win the Clark, excuse me now, I can't make a case for him to be 3-year-old. This is kind of a light Grade 1, if you will.
Sure. We'll see if he can do it, though, and he could be favored for the first time as well, coming into that home track that he does love so much. Back to you today at Tampa Bay Downs. Remuda, he was ready to roll off the layoff. That caught by more than ready. Jesus Castagnon gets his 2nd win of the day. This one much the best, back to sprinting on the dirt.
Looked great. Really strode out through the wire. Looked like he was a lot of fun to ride. A little jealous of Jesus Castagnon right now, but 15-20, he really floated up. And Verrazano in the sky?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Just did nip Scrutinizer for the place.
8-9-2 in the 8th at Tampa Bay Downs. Back at Churchill, we get ready for the 8th race now. Horses in the paddock getting saddled up. 65 right now on Broderick to the outside as he's 2nd off the claim for Mike Maker. It's been in some very good barns, and he drops back down to the 40,000. They claimed him for the condition 50,000. 2 starts back at Saratoga, which is what we're looking at, and that's tough when you claim a horse who's running in the non-winners of 3 and he wins. He's out of that condition. You kind of have to step him up off of that claim.
Yeah, and he was very good, but we saw a lot of Phil Bauer's horses perform extremely well in Saratoga, and this horse ran a big race this day under Junior Alvarado. Came back going a mile and an eighth, was kind of in a pace duel there, so now he gets to turn back to a 1-turn mile, and he's very well drawn outside.
I love the turn back in distance for him. They even ran him going 1.25 miles a couple races back, and I've always felt that 1 turn is really the name of his game as he gets to go the 1-turn mile again today. Plus that drop in class, he makes a lot of sense for Mike Maker. That's a look at the number 6, Runway Magic, who's first off the claim for Joe Sharp off the back of a win.
Yeah, coming off that $30,000 win, keeps Luis Saez, was very game that day. And Joe Sharp having a decent year, almost 70 winners now on the year, better than 16%.
Luis Saez going to be in the saddle as we saw Luis Saez take that Keeneland riding title and looks to continue on with that good momentum. I always love seeing Steve Asmussen leading out his horses and his son Keith aboard that one, Total Impact.
Yeah, I get a kick out of that as well. I can't imagine what it must be like leading your son out to the race to run. This horse is a player, Total Impact, first time off the Steve Asmussen claim. Son of Totalist, a Belmont Stakes winner for Christophe Coman. I think he's a major player here.
I remember when Keith first started riding races, I had spoken to Steve, who was at Saratoga, and had come back after seeing Keith riding, I believe he started down at Lone Star, and he said, Steve said to me, I was more nervous for Keith's first ride than I have been for any of my big Grade 1 winners going into the races.
I'm sure that's your kid going out there. And, you know, for a lot of people that don't know, Steve Asmussen was a good rider.
Yeah.
He just, had to fight his weight so hard, and it's obvious, he doesn't look like he could have ever been a jockey, but he had the bug right here in New York for a while.
You'll still see him out on the pony every morning as well. Let's meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with the number 1, Pain.
Stretched out to the mile and a 16th, now gets back to a 1-turn mile.
Oh, a little nippy at the lead pony there. It's not very polite. Here's the number 2, Summer Splash.
Should have some good speed. Showed good speed last time going 7 furlongs. Mitchell Morrow is a guy, too, that allows his horses to run pretty freely.
Number 3 is out. Here's the 4, Emerald Express.
Another one that's coming out of shorter races, really would have to improve.
Next will be the 5, Tonal Impact. The Asmussen family well represented here.
Turning back to that 1-turn mile is 2 for 6 at Churchill Downs, and I think he's a player.
Has had some trouble getting out of the gate. That will be the key for this one. Has been slow starting in a couple of his most recent starts. Here's the 6, Runway Magic.
Certainly a pace player here, too, coming out of that 7/8 race where he battled gamely throughout under Luis Saez, who keeps the mount here.
Number 7 is out. We go then to your favorite, Roderick, to the outside.
Very well posted. He's a horse with natural speed, but the outside gives Gerardo Corrales options. He's not forced into the race and looks very good on the racetrack.
Gelding, now by Into Mischief. That's the field for the 8th race. You mentioned a couple times about Roderick being well posted. We'll see what kind of trip he works out. More on that in a moment. Let's check in trackside with Paula Duca.
I'm interested with that outside post as well because, Roderick might be able to control this race from the start, depending on what the rider wants to do towards the outside. And I know that Tyler Gaffleone's been on Roderick before. Now Gerardo Corrales is aboard. Gerardo's absolutely riding great as of right now. And, he's usually pretty aggressive out of the gate, and he'll stay on somebody's back if somebody wants to go towards the front end in here. You do have the 2, Summer Splash, off the claim. My worry about the 2 is this is a horse that lost 20 cents on the dollar at Evangeline, then won at 4-5, then lost at 50 cents on the dollar at Remington Park. Nothing against Brett Calhoun. Brett Calhoun's a great trainer, but that's where he eats. Let's be honest. That's where he makes his money, is at Remington Park and places like that. He can get horses to win here for sure. But, this horse now claimed by Juan Cano, the 5-1, I'm not interested really in the 2. The 1, Pain, 5 for 21 lifetime. Does have 2 good races here at Churchill Downs. My worry, 5 different racetracks in 5 straight starts. A lot of traveling going on there. You look at Tonal Impact, I'm in agreement with Mig. This horse is a major player. If it does heat up on the front end, your worry is, like Acacia said, is the gate and how far back is he going to be. Maybe that is good for Keith to sort of be isolated from the pack, and I would think he's going to be dead last in making his run from way back. Steve also owns this horse too, so you claim a horse for 30, horse was in for 20, and Steve's usually pretty aggressive. To bump for 40 here, he's got to have a little bit of confidence on the 5. Now, Runway Magic, the 6, and the 8 were the 2 ones I was interested in. I just think the 8, Roderick, drop in class, cut back in distance, gets that outside post, can sort of read, what's going on. I don't love even money, let's be honest. I think He's by far the horse to beat in here. And I'm just a tiny bit against the 5 in here because I think he might be too far back, and I don't know if the pace is going to be that spirited. So I'll end up on the 8 here at 6-5. I will give the 4 Emerald Express just a little bit of at 13-1, not the worst. Wyakyn, blasted that field last time out. Lieutenant Junior Grade's a nice horse. The thing with Emerald Express, he's got issues out of the gate, but he likes this racetrack, and you get Louis Saez. So I hate giving you the even money favorite, but I did mess around with a little 8-4 here.
I like it, Paul. Thank you. Emerald Express, 13-1. Gabe Saez is going to be in the saddle as this horse did finish third last time out. Even money, though, on Roderick, and Paul is right. Yeah, you have to take the worst of it with the price, but he does seem to be the class, the one to beat, and he has some early foot, too, where he can kind of put himself into the race, which is definitely a benefit, as you were talking about, from that outside post with the kind of trip he'll be able to pull.
Yeah, he'll just be able to get into a good rhythm. He's naturally, speedy enough that he's going to be forward, but he doesn't have a horse breathing down his neck from the outside. And I just feel like, especially with that long run down the backstretch, when you can get a horse into a good rhythm, even if they're going fast, it goes back to what I like to say. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If they're using themselves properly and efficiently, and their breathing is more regulated that way. And I just think that outside posts and one-turn races are a big edge, particularly with a horse with natural speed.
I have to say, the number 5, Tonal Impact, I have liked the impression that he's made on the track. He's framed himself up really nicely in that warm-up under Keith Asmussen. Paul is correct. The starting gate has been his Achilles heel, and he does tend to come from pretty far off of it. And you noticed that Keith kept him pretty quiet in the preliminaries.
But I do like the way he framed up, like you talked about. I love the way he bowed his head. Looked like he was using himself really well, particularly at the jog. Now, trainers claim horses usually with an idea of something about them that they think they could improve or make better. Steve Asmussen knows this horse has had a history of not being very sharp away from the gate, and he reaches in and claims him with his own money for himself. Maybe he breaks a little better today. Maybe there was something he thought he could tweak, something he could fix, work on, make him a little bit stronger behind. Again, horses push off. They propel. They use their hind ends to push themselves forward. They don't drag themselves. And the way he warmed up, he looked very strong behind to me.
I completely agree. Warming up with the lead pony, you'll sometimes see jockeys take those horses away, give them a good gallop. Sometimes they stay with the pony, and sometimes there's some nervous horses, as we saw even the number 1, Pain, being just a little, not naughty, but a little fresh with the lead ponies. They're like kind of the big brother situation. They're the security blanket, the lead ponies.
Yeah, I refer to them as bodyguards, right? You're going out with your bodyguard. He's going to handle things. But I'm always amazed at how much the lead ponies, how patient they are. Horse nipping at them, pushing on them. They'll push back, they'll hold their ground, but they really stay pretty docile in the face of a horse being aggressive with them.
None a better bodyguard than Harley, who does appear to have this race off. Always a favorite in Kentucky. Loading in for the 8th race, Travis Stone standing by.
They're off. Summer Splash toward the inside with a good beginning. Payne is also there. Emerald Express and Roderick from the outside. Runway Magic is pulling at the rider. On the muscle is that one, racing up into third. But Roderick is the quickest as they advance up the chute, running well off the rail, but in front nonetheless. So it is Roderick with a 1-length advantage as they cross over. Firing line in behind. Summer Splash comes through toward the rail. That big opening down inside. Payne is up close as well. So too Runway Magic. Emerald Express backs out of there. Is 5th and 2 lengths off the lead. And Tonal Impact settles in at the back of the pack. So down the backstretch run. Roderick is the leader. It's a half-length advantage. Runway Magic is prompting in second. Their opening quarter composed in just 24 and 2. Here's the half, 47 and 2. Pace is reasonable. They're onto the far turn, and it's Roderick in front. But now Runway Magic is pressing for that lead as the cadence quickens with 3 furlongs to go. And Emerald Express is just in behind them third. Summer Splash in fourth. Tonal Impact is up into 5th, and Payne is at the back in 6th. So round the far turn, Roderick heads for home, still in front. Runway Magic right there, shoulder to shoulder off the turn. Summer Splash cut the corner in behind. Emerald Express is weaving about the track. Total Impact is coming down the center. In Pain is coming up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Runway Magic comes away with the lead. Here comes Pain down inside, and here comes Total Impact way, way out in the center. Total Impact and Runway Magic and Pain, and it's a photo. Maybe Total Impact way on the outside. Tough angle there. Then it was either Runway Magic and Pain. Emerald Express was definitely fourth.
You heard Travis Stone, tough angle, but it looks like the number 5, Total Impact, might have gotten there. Right at this point, Richie, he was pushed out pretty sharply by the number 4, Emerald Express, who was hanging on that inside lead, but in the center of the track was closing the big son of Tonalist.
I got to tell you, I'm impressed how quickly Keith Asmussen switched his crop from his left hand to his right hand. He went at him left-handed, and then immediately he was in his right hand. It was almost like a magic trick. He was way out in the middle of the track. I think he got up, but it is a tough angle.
I think he did too. Down to the inside, you had the number 1, Pain. The number 6, Runway Magic, was also there. The best momentum certainly was from the 5, Total Impact. It seemed like early on Roderick had things his own way, your even money favorite, but he was not there when the 3 came down to the wire.
He got a really nice half a mile, and then the things really heated up. Luis Saez on the 6, Runway Magic, went after him hard, and the race really heated up from the half-mile pole. But, yeah, Total Impact got up, and I'm so happy for Keith Asmussen. He's such a nice kid, too.
He is. First win of the year, riding for his father. 5-6-1-4. Big congratulations to the Asmussen family. When we come back, a big weekend coming up at the Big A's. We'll see a couple of fillies who ran in this year's Kentucky Oaks, including Kathleen O, who's making her first start since the Oaks, and Nostalgic, who appears to be getting back on track. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us as we see Keith Asmussen coming into the winner's circle, greeted by his whole family, which was so nice to see. His mom, Julie, walking in, tonal impact, and he wins for this one, owned and trained by his dad, Steve Asmussen.
Just such a great story. Happy Thanksgiving to the Asmussen family. Total impact at $13.16.
So great to see, as I think Paul is joined by a couple of very special guests in the winner's circle.
This is as cool as it gets, Acacia. Keith and Steve Asmussen, father and son, get the job done in here. And again, I'm showing my age. This man was my PA at one time and gave this horse a heck of a ride, tonal impact. When did you feel down the backside that you had a lot of horse here, Keith?
I was admittedly on heels. I felt great the length of the backside, and then, popped him out, and he was ready to go. He ran fantastic.
Did you keep him in the center of the racetrack on purpose to not let the other horses on the inside compete?
No, I was outside of Gabriel, and he started floating a little bit, and then I was just worried about going forward from there.
I don't know if you know this, but I've never seen your dad so giddy in my life. You were jumping up and down here, Steve. This has got to be unbelievable for you.
As good as it gets. Horse racing's been incredible for us. And, Keith, the thing about racing, it's you're not judged. You got to do it. You got to perform. There's no favors done in it. And winning here at Churchill, how could it get any better than that?
I know you won some of your races over in Texas. And, Steve, you'll be honest with me, too, as well. He's gotten a lot better and better. He's been working very hard, has he not?
Well, absolutely. When we started riding during the pandemic, no other way to be judged than honestly. Honesty is caring. And the pandemic gave him an opportunity while he was in school. He finished his degree, and has worked hard all summer, and obviously at his height. A lot of discipline to keep his weight where he can be competitive, and great win today.
You're showing all the horseman skills of all the Asmussens. Congratulations, Keith. This is cool for me, man. I've known this kid since he's been this big, and he gets a W, his first W here at Churchill Downs, and hopefully many more.
I'm sure. What a special moment, Paul. Thank you. Big congratulations to the whole Asmussen family. Loved seeing all of that excitement. You could feel the pride from Steve, too. And as you mentioned, he's somebody that knows the discipline it takes to ride, especially being a taller person. And Keith, we saw him all summer up at Saratoga as well, working hard. And big congratulations on that win.
Yeah, I mean, he has an incredible pedigree for it. His grandfather, who he's named for, Keith, was a jockey. Incredible breaking and training the young horses. His uncle, Cassius Asmussen, one of the greatest riders in the history of the game, revolutionized the way they rode in France, went to France after being a champion rider here, and was a champion rider in France and all over Europe, won the ARC. I mean, it's just an incredible story, and really you could see and feel the emotion from Steve.
But like Steve said, you can't hide anything when you're on the back of the horse. And Keith Asmussen delivering with that win. Big congratulations, Keith and the whole family. As we turn our attention to what's coming up this weekend at the Big A, a lot of exciting things to look forward to, including the Comely on Friday here at Aqueduct. It'll go as race number 7 for the 3-year-old fillies, a mile and an eighth. And we'll see the return of Kathleen O, who won the Gulfstream Oaks. That was her first time going the 2 turns. She was able to run down Goddess of Fire, and it really was those two in the race, but she did so convincingly, went on to finish 5th in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, only beaten 4 lengths to Secret Oath, only 2 lengths behind Nest. And she went into that undefeated. Hall of Fame conditioner Shug McGahee has her coming back now and for a nice steady work tab. It's a nice filly.
A lovely filly. I wondered early on in her 3-year-old season about her handling the mile and an eighth at the Kentucky Oaks, and she ran quite well. You can even see it. She's a very feminine filly in the way that she's put together. I'm really excited to see how she's developed into the latter part of her 3-year-old season.
One thing you can always count on with Shug McGahee horses, they get better with racing, they get better with age. It's not unusual to see them have horses hitting their best stride when they're 4 or 5 years old. I mean, and that's a credit to his horsemanship, being able to develop horses the way he does.
Javier Castellano has been in the saddle every race. He'll be aboard once again on Friday in the Comely. Back here today at Tampa, we have the 9th race coming up as horses are moving towards the starting gate, as this one is 6 furlongs on the main track and non-winners of 3 in life race. As you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. The number 7, Kenya Sun, currently the favorite at 2-1 as she comes in from Gulfstream. Not able to break through in those kind of condition claiming races for 6250, which can be quite tough. She's in for the straight non-winners of 3 condition today at Tampa.
Yeah, and we saw earlier in the card Gulfstream performing well there at Tampa Bay Downs, and I always love the light this time of year. There's a softness to the light at this time of the day, and
the golden hour, right?
Yeah, and you can really see it there, and you see on the starting gate, Lambholm South, Roy Learman's place. Not too far from there, as a matter of fact. He's a big supporter of Tampa Bay Downs.
Very big. Yeah, absolutely. Stella Thayer, owner of Tampa Bay Downs, did a terrific job with offering opportunities for the horsemen there. We'll see how number 7, Kenya Sun, does with Sammy Camacho in the saddle. Outside of her, you have Love's Misery, who's actually by War Dancer. She is a New York bred, and yet has kind of found her home sprinting on the dirt, at least lately.
Yeah, I kind of like her. I thought she was a player here. I thought she comes out of a really tough race back in September at Monmouth, and this is much easier.
Drop in class for Jose Delgado, who always has a strong meet throughout the winter at Tampa Bay Downs, as they go into the gate for the nightcap. And Oldsmar, Florida will send it up one more time today to Jason Beam as we get ready to wrap up opening day in Tampa.
Day festivities. Want to thank everyone for joining us both on track and across the nation. Rasmalai and Quality Despair, the final pair, as the sun in its waning stages of this nice Wednesday afternoon. Quality Despair, the last one to join, up on the outside for Scott Spieth. Goes in. They're in the gate. And he backed away, but now goes forward. All set. And the race is on. Broken a very good line of 11. Rasmalai from the center broke quickly and goes right out to the advantage early on. Loves Misery right in that second flight. Sassy Like Julia. Kenya Sun between horses. Those 3 second through 4th. Coming through down along the inside. Jitters was out of joint 5th. From the outside, Garbo Speaks. Quality Despair. They both start to advance. Luscious is in amongst horses. And then comes Platinum Sense. The front 9 only separated by about 5.5 or 6. It's 2 more lengths, then back to Market of Stocks and another 4. Back to Beyond a Surprise, who's the trailer. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Rasmalai to the far turn just over a length in front of Love's Misery in the second position. Out wide, Garbo Speaks covering ground about 4 deep. Sassy Like Julia stays toward the inside from 4th. Kenya Sun back a spot in 5th, joined on the outside by Quality Despair as Rasmalai comes to the quarter pole. It's Rasmalai in front. Adrian Flores and Rasmalai to the top of the stretch, almost 2 lengths to the good of Garbo Speaks, who tries to cut into that advantage from second. Also trying to put in a little bit of a bid is Sassy Like Julia, winding up down the outside. Quality Despair. Kenya Sun stays down toward the rail. A final furlong left to go. Rasmalai the leader. It's Rasmalai in front by 2. Kenya Sun rallying up the inside. In between horses, Sassy Like Julia. It's Rasmalai looking for the wire. Rasmalai going to take him all the way. Rasmalai by almost 2. Second was very close. Sassy Like Julia or Kenya Sun in a photo. Then came Quality Despair and Garbo Speaks.
Off the layoff, ready to roll, drop in class, back to dirt, got the full change today. Did Rasmalai, ready to get to the winner's circle, wiring the field under Adrian Flores.
Came back off the layoff with all her speed intact, though, and just got comfortable on the lead. Looked like she was getting a little bit late, but no one was gaining, and a good job by her conditioner, and gets it done wire to wire.
Big performance from this one. 5-year-old mare gets to the winner's circle for the 3rd time in her career. Back at Churchill Downs, we have race 9, the feature, coming up next. We'll talk a little bit more about it after this break. We'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track with some talented horses. More as we'll see what's in store for Marsalis after this.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. A little look at the charming paddock area at Tampa Bay Downs, but it's the winner's circle that you really want to see, and that's where Rasmalai will go as she was ready off that layoff, back to the dirt, and wired the field.
Yeah, now 3 for 5 lifetime, 1080. Great job to have her ready to fire off the bench. She had good speed. Got it done at 1080.
Sassy like Julia, long shot, 17-1 up for second. Kenya Sun, who had been the favorite for a while, will have to settle for third, but Rasmalai at 1080 gets the win. Sharp off of that layoff. As do note, there's a pick 6 carryover too after the first day, about 1,700 going into tomorrow. So good luck if you're continuing on at Tampa Bay Downs, or not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, as we'll be here. But congratulations to all the winners on opening day at Tampa Bay Downs. Always a fun meet throughout the winter.
Yeah, it's always great racing. I love the turf course there. It's really a beautiful turf course, very even. Horsemen rave about it. And the main track surface, very safe. I know John Terranova takes a string there and loves the way his horses come out of winter quarters, and the racing's good.
Some sad news in the racing industry came out yesterday, though, as we did learn that veteran trainer Angel Pena Jr. passed away at the age of 74 after a long battle with dementia. He was called the consummate gentleman, and Richie, Angel had still a string of horses when I first started at Gulfstream. In fact, there was a stake named the Christmas Past after one of his great runners, Christmas Past, for Cynthia Phipps, who won races like the Coaching Club American Oaks. And I remember being so nervous interviewing him about Christmas Past, and he couldn't have been kinder and more supportive, and that was just the type of man that he was, on top of being a great trainer.
He really was a gentleman and somebody that I had a great relationship with over the years. And here's Christmas Past under Jacinto Vasquez, who was his go-to rider for many, many years. They had a wonderful relationship, and you know, he'll be missed. People like him that kind of are the character of the game, the flavor of racing, and you're so fortunate to get to meet classy gentlemen like him over the years, and rode for his father, Angel Penner Sr., El Gran Senor, and just tremendous horse people. Really knew how to develop horses, and she was a really good one Christmas past.
Yes, she was. Had some terrific horses that he trained. Angel Penna Sr. survived by Angel Penna Jr., I should say, survived by his stepmother Eleanor and his wife Ruth. Our condolences and thoughts to his family and friends. Certainly will miss seeing Angel around the racetrack. A true classy gentleman. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 9. It is our feature of the day. That's a look at Coastal Defense, a horse that we did see run in the Grade 1 Clark, not last year, but 2 years ago, behind the wire-to-wire winner Bodie Express. We haven't seen him since trying the Santa Anita Handicap back in March of 2021.
Yeah, that's a stout son of Curlin there, isn't he?
Does Dale have a cigar in his mouth while he's saddling?
It kind of looks like,
he does.
Yeah.
Only Dale Romans. He's putting blinkers on with a cigar, and
I tell you what, Dale looks great. He's lost a lot of weight.
Does.
He looks good, but he said that's his thing now, the cigars.
I think Joe Talamo's laughing at him, too.
That's
fantastic. The number 9, Marsalis, is at 8-5 right now for Steve Asmussen. I'm sure the win with his son, Keith, in the last race was going to be the highlight of his day. But this horse is the son of Curlin that looks like he has a big future. He's done very little wrong in his 4-race career, 2 seconds by slim margins and 2 wins as he comes off of that allowance victory at Keeneland.
Yeah, and a horse that has a lot of natural speed, puts himself in the right spot. Again, he's drawn towards the outside. The horse outside of him doesn't have nearly his kind of speed. His damn Hot Dixie chick was very, very fast. A Grade 1 winner that Steve trained also. So he has familiarity with the family. And being by Curlin, he went 6.5 last time. 7 shouldn't be an issue. He looks like a horse for the future.
There's a look at He's My Honey Badger we just saw. A new gelding for Brad Cox, so coming off a bit of a freshening since September, and that was off of a 11-month layoff where we saw him run 6 behind Bango. But before that, in 2021, he was running quite well, including a win in the Perryville at Keeneland last October.
Yeah, I mean, his race in the Perryville would be very tough to down here. Even his next start at Laurel was outstanding. And, he's a horse that's determined. He'd like to see some pace on up front here because he has a bit more of that closing style. And he gets the ultimate equipment change coming back as a gelding. Obviously, something went awry physically for him to be away as long as he was. Kind of interesting. They geld horses for a number of reasons. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they lighten up and they don't carry as much weight when they're gelded. And sometimes it's, behavioral issues. Watching that Perryville, he was hanging on the horse inside of him and almost didn't look like he was, or did look like he was reluctant to leave that horse. And then the horse came outside of him, and then he kind of joined him and went on. Maybe being gelded, he'll be a little bit more competitive, focused on what he's supposed to do instead of hanging on horses.
Yeah, it certainly could be. For a number of reasons, could be the decision behind the gelding. I do think it's interesting that they brought him back. He ran in September, and then he was gelded. So it might have been something that was persisting as well.
Yeah.
We'll see how it does play out today. He's My Honey Badger as 7-5 on that horse right there in the recognizable Stone Street Stable Silks. Ricardo Santana going to be aboard Marsalis, who does come off of that win. And he is a horse that he doesn't win by big margins, but he fights for it. He's shown some tenacity in his career so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that last time was basically fighting it out throughout. He was drawn outside last time. Kind of a similar situation. I'm not seeing much speed sign on here. Potentially the one, Wayakin with Louis Saez from the inside.
Yeah, scratch of the 2 was big as far as the pace went.
Yeah, Koufax out, took some of the heat out of here.
We'll meet the rest of the field and learn a little bit more about who's going to be running in this feature, starting off with a horse who could show some early speed. Wayakin faced Our Nation on Parade. 2 starts back. Big win last time out.
Yeah, he has speed. He has the rail. And Louis Saez is not a guy that gives up inside position easily.
First off the claim for Matt Shearer here, as this horse is 6-1 off that big effort, stepping up in class though. New Gelding, he's my Honey Badger.
Yeah, if he could find some of that 3-year-old form that he had last fall, he'll be tough. He'd like to see some pace on here.
Looks like he's a pretty big horse as well. Here is the number 4, Verb, trying to get back on track.
Yeah, big, strong-looking son dialed in. It's going to have to find one of his better races.
Big warm-up for the number 5, Surfer Dude.
Trained by Dallas Stewart, but we didn't run the feature on Dallas today, so maybe downgrades him a little.
That's always the angle. If we show a feature, that means they've got a good chance. Coastal Defense off that big layoff.
Yeah, long layoff. Last seen in the Grade 1 Santa Anita handicap. Looked to me in the paddock like he'll benefit from a race.
Maybe the Cigar was an angle, though. Here's Embrace.
Deep Closer, another horse that maybe won't be aided by the potential lack of pace in here.
Number 8, Broken Rib. That's never fun.
Yeah, I don't even like the name to think about it. It's painful. It actually has shown speed at times, too. Could add to some of the pace in here.
You've had a few of those, haven't you?
Yeah, don't want to talk about it.
Number 9, Marsalis, your favorite.
Speed from the outside, but should be able to stalk if somebody really wants to go too quickly, and it looks like a horse that has a lot of tenacity.
He's 7-5 right now on the board, and you've got a long shot, Turf to Dirt for Gallant Guy.
Yeah, a horse that would be a big surprise. We just have to find a race that we haven't seen on the dirt from him.
That's the field for the featured 9th race today, 3-2 right now on Marsalis. Paulie, I know it's already been a big day for Steve Asmussen as he looks to make an even bigger day with this one here.
Yeah, he does. I mean, the smile on his face after that last race, absolutely priceless. And I can only imagine putting a leg up. I mean, I have a daughter, or putting a leg up on my daughter, and she gets into the winner's circle. For a guy that's won the most races in North American history, that was pretty cool to watch him be really giddy, like he just got a new puppy. It was actually really cool to see. To get to this race, this race is a difficult, I thought, a little bit outside the box. Now Marsalis is the horse to beat by far, and this is a horse, like you said, likes to fight. And you can't dismiss what, he's done on the racetrack. From the 11 hole, he was able to rate on the complete outside at Keeneland. He's been the favorite in all 4 of his starts, and he lost his first start. Then he won at 30 cents on the dollar in his second start. Here at Churchill, he got run down, no pun intended, by Run Classic, another nice horse that's come back to win. So you can't really knock the Stone Street runner here, Marsalis, at all. Definitely the one to beat in here. Do you want to take 7-5? Mig made a good point. Where does the pace go to? And Mig, I caught you there with Koufax with the heater. That was a good little pun there. Yeah, there's not a lot of pace. Does that mean the 4 Verb? The 4 came out on the racetrack a little washy, had some kidney sweat. For a lot of people to know that, it's coming down the back of the leg and on the neck. And I was thinking that Verb might be the horse that could go forward. Coastal Defense, I don't know what's going to go on there as well. This is a horse that can go forward as well. I landed on the 7 Embrace. I just do not love at all the pace dynamic. But I looked at that last race, and I saw Roderick go 24 and change, and he sort of spit the bit. I don't know if you want to be truly on the front end. And I'll tell you what, Embrace is very, very talented. Ever since this horse has gotten on dirt, this horse has exploded in 2 starts. A 3-year-old that I think that's on the come up. I don't know if the pace is, like I said, going to be to his advantage, but at 9-1, this is a talented racehorse.
All right, Paul, nice price on Embrace, who is currently 9-1. The pace is going to be the question in here, though. How do things play out? I'm sure that's another reason why Marsalis is currently a short price, because he has that tactical speed ability.
Yeah, but you know what? Paul makes a really compelling argument for the 7 Embrace, because he wasn't beaten far by Marsalis, and it's just a huge disparity in price. And I'm glad that he picked up on my little pun about Koufax and the heat.
I missed it. He got it, though. At least Paul was listening.
Well, I mean, he's a ball player. makes sense he would pick that up a little quicker.
I was focusing on where we were going next in the post parade. It caught me off guard. That was it. You're too good with the puns, Richie. Number 9, Marsalis, Paul mentioning, got a little hot out on track. And, it's interesting, and I haven't seen this horse before, so it's tough because sometimes you don't have anything to compare that horse with. And some horses just kind of get sweaty, just get a little bit hot before the race. To me, it's more of a concern if they seem agitated and kind of revved up and expending too much energy, or it's something that's completely out of character. Again, I don't know if that's normal for this horse, but for me, it's more if they get really agitated.
But I think that's the main point, just what you're saying, of what's in or out of character for a particular horse. And if a horse runs well when they get hot, much like Shackleford used to, or flip side of it, if a horse is normally very calm and that's when they run their best, and now you see that, then you take it as a negative. Again, we don't have any comparison to go on with that.
Sometimes it can also be helpful comparing the rest of the field to if other horses are getting a little bit hot. That could be something that can be your guide as well, but maybe just something to keep in mind for the 4-5 favorite, number 9, Marsalis, who is a short price on the board. He's my Honey Badger, 9-2. Let's see how that gelding helps him here, as maybe could add a little bit more focus into him, a little bit more competitiveness. Sometimes can also kind of free them up as well in their movement.
Yeah, absolutely. And some horses turn around completely when they're gelded. It helps them focus. It helps them from a physical standpoint. Like you say, they start moving freer. They get stronger behind, and they carry less weight up front.
He's my Honey Badger at 5-1, 4-5 on Marsalis. Can he pick up another win and make Steve Asmussen's good day even better? We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And a good start for Verb, who bounces out right near the top. Surfer Dude is there. And Marsalis on the far outside with some early speed as well. Coastal Defense comes on. And Wayakin down toward the rail. They're all joined by Broken Rib. And way out there, Gallant Guy. A charge of horses down the backstretch run. Marsalis, Coastal Defense, and Verb. The three of them head and head. Wayakin toward the inside. Tries to hold that spot toward the rail. Had to shuffle back into 5th as Broken Rib moves up one spot. Gallant Guy on the far outside. Then it's He's My Honey Badger and Surfer Dude right in the thick of things. Embraces the trailer. It's a tight pack. The opening quarter in just 23-1. Far turn run. Coastal Defense short lead. Marsalis pressing these two now head to head. Broken Rib revving up on the outside third. He's My Honey Badger set to strike right behind 4th with Surfer Dude. Verb is down toward the rail. Wayakin has switched to the far outside, but is passing horses quickly. They're off the turn. Marsalis in front. Surfer Dude comes on. Coastal Defense gives way. Verb and He's My Honey Badger. Wayakin and Embrace down to the final 16th. Marsalis by 2. Verb comes through toward the rail. Surfer Dude, Embrace outside. Marsalis reaching for the wire. And they get there. Marsalis wins the battle of attrition that was that 9th race today. Among in the photo for second is He's My Honey Badger, Surfer Dude, and Embrace.
Battle of attrition is a great way to phrase it. Marsalis gets the win, able to hold on. Maybe 7 furlongs is his max, Richie, but he was able to get the win under Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, and we kind of called the shot about the pace. For these caliber of horses, 23-1, 46, and basically one really not that fast a pace on it. You get to sit that comfortable outside trip running into the bridle. Embraced by the Claiborne Farm Stallion. Blame ran on well, finished strongly. I think he found up 4th, but he was way out of it. He just got no help up front with the pace.
And surprise, the number 1, Wayakin, was kind of shuffled back early on, so it was the 6 Coastal Defense who was the one setting the pace. And for a horse that looked like he really needed a race or two from fitness, he actually ran quite well and is one to watch moving forward off that big layoff.
That's a great point. I think he's definitely one you want to mark down for next time. He showed speed, and he looked like he was going to be in need of a race from a conditioning standpoint, and I think he probably got everything he needed out of this race.
Big effort and one to watch, but one to watch watch in the sprint division is the number 9 Marsalis, who picks up the 3rd win of his career today for Stone Street Stables. And Steve Asmussen bring you prices and reactions in a bit. We'll also talk a little bit more about Irad Ortiz as he's on the brink of history. He has tied Garrett Gomez for most stakes wins in a year with 76, and he looks to pick up another one with the likes of that horse, Don't Lose Cruise, this weekend.
An obligatory goes by the ball. Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the feature race at Churchill Downs in race number 9, it was Marsalis who was impressive and very game given that pace scenario to get another win. Call for Steve Asmussen now makes it 3 for 5 with 2 seconds. He's really done nothing wrong so far, Richie.
No, and you know, I wonder if he's not a horse that doesn't like a fight. I mean, it looks like he was getting a little bit late, but I wonder if something got to him to challenge him, if maybe he would have dug down and found some more, because he looks like he does appreciate a fight. You know, By Curlin has a big resemblance to his sire. Steve trained, obviously, Curlin as well as the damn Hot Dixie chick, who was a Grade 1 winner in her own right, so strong family pedigree there. And Marsalis continues to show he's got ability. Another big effort from him, his 3rd win from 5 starts, and pays $4.44. And the Exacta, again, 2 very logical horses, came back over 26 bucks.
He's my Honey Badger, up for 2nd in the 9th at Churchill Downs. Just one more race to go beneath the Twin Spires tonight. We'll have a 2-year-old race to wrap things up, but Marsalis, impressive. Harold's Cloud, currently 7 to 5 in this restricted 2-year-old maiden special weight to wrap up the day. Harold's Cloud stepping up a little bit back into the maiden special weight ranks after being beaten just by a nose last time out. We'll talk more about the nightcap from Churchill in a moment, but as mentioned, plenty of exciting stakes action to look forward to here at the Big A coming up over the next few days, and that does include the Long Island, a race I always enjoy, Richie, on Friday here at Aqueduct, going 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf, and you have a horse that's turned into a marathon turf specialist. That's Temple City Terror, coming off of a win in the Dowager.
Yeah, big run there, going 1.5 miles in the Dowager. You know, she's got stamina as her strong suit, And now she gets to go 1 mile and 3/8. Should be just as comfortable with that distance. She just, like you said, has become a specialist at these distances. And that's something that I've really had a hard time understanding. Stamina has always been revered in thoroughbreds, and we've seen it less and less. So I get a big kick out of when you see these horses that are long-winded and can run these long races.
I love how she finishes up a 1.5 mile race with her ears up like that. And it's funny because she's not this big, bulky type of physical. She's actually a rather kind of smaller and handier type. And it was so interesting because I remember talking to Brendan Walsh about her earlier on in her career. She started out racing at Gulfstream before she was going these distance races, and she was kind of a career maiden. And he said, I really just think she wants to run longer. It's her demeanor that suits that. And it's shown. She's been so effective in these longer races. Tyler Gaffalione fits her well. He'll be aboard once again. And that demeanor, that stamina, all coming through in the way she's able to save enough for those distant races.
I think what you say, the demeanor part of it, where they don't pull, they don't get rank, they wait on their riders' cues, they're settled, they're relaxed. Horses that get too keen or pull too much can't finish races that are that far. So obviously he had a handle on what she wanted, and they got the key to her.
That's absolutely right. Coming off of another win, though, is the number 4 Rocky Sky, who got her first win in the U.S. in the WEA. That was over her stablemate Capital Structure. They'll rematch in here too. The WEA, the biggest figure that she's run stateside, and getting a chance to go that 1 mile and 3/8. She was impressive. It was on a yielding turf course as well, Richie.
Yeah, and there's a possibility we could have a less than firm course again. And she's tactical. She laid up a bit closer in the WEA and kind of put herself in the game, and sporting a victory over the course. I always put credence into that. I like when horses have already won over a particular course.
Capital Structure second there. She was actually getting to her stablemate a little bit late too. She's a horse that hasn't over the history been the easiest to keep on the racetrack, but now she's been pretty consistent coming into this race as well, after she had a faux pas in the all along 2 starts back when her saddle slipped, and just Fergal Lynch was not able to hold her that day, given that equipment trouble after a traffic trip in Saratoga. She got the win. She's been consistent as a 5-year-old Capital Structure now that she's back on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the fact that she's been able to put together a comprehensive campaign, there's been continuity to it. And sometimes races, like when a saddle slips, kind of dirties up a horse's form a little bit.
Irad Ortiz, we saw him tie jockey Garrett Gomez on Monday for 76 stakes wins in a year. That was the record set in 2007 by Garrett. Irad Ortiz tied that on Monday with 2 wins on at Mahoning Valley. He had a couple of opportunities at Parks today, no wins. So we'll see if he can pick up another stakes win and surpass that stakes record. His next chance will be in the notebook for New York bred 2-year-olds, and he'll be aboard Don't Lose Cruise, who is 6-5. He is 2 for 2. He has, won his last race for Rick Schosberg, but with a gaudy figure and a very quick effort.
Yeah, listen, he pointed himself out first time out, and he did everything but win, just got nailed by a head and took a step forward, got that big figure, is going to be forwardly placed. He has natural speed. There's a little bit of speed inside of him with Acoustic Avenue, maybe even potentially Starquist, although he had more speed going a mile than he did sprinting. And he was determined. Like right here, it looked like he was going to be passed by a very well-meant first-time starter from John Kimmel's, and just he couldn't get by because he wasn't. Don't Lose Cruise was going to fight him off. I just love his determination.
A big effort from Don't Lose Cruise, the son of Always Dreaming. That was last time out. Irad Ortiz aboard. He'll be aboard once again, and he was very quick out of the gate. He was 27-1 on debut, just beaten ahead. Last time out, he was the favorite, and he'll be the favorite in the notebook, too. This will be Irad Ortiz's next chance to surpass Garrett Gomez for most stakes wins on the year, and he still will have a few more chances to pad that lead after this.
Yeah, I mean, he's in obviously very good position, but we saw Joel Rosario look like he had a chance at it last year. Unfortunately, he was injured, so let's keep our fingers crossed. Irad stays healthy. And honestly, selfishly, I want him to do it here in New York.
Absolutely. We've got the sign already and everything. You'll be aboard Don't Lose Cruise, a favorite in the Notebook, Big Chance with Capital Structure, who we talked about in the Long Island, and a couple of other opportunities, Voodoo Zip in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, and Falconet in the Cumley. That's what he'll have for stakes mounts on Friday. Irad Ortiz with a banner year, including the Belmont Stakes win. You can get a $50 bonus when you play with Naira Bets this holiday weekend. Bet every day starting tomorrow on Thanksgiving until Sunday. And if your bets add up to $500, you'll get a $50 bonus, win or lose. Get the full details and opt in at nairabets.com now. We'll have you all covered for the holiday tomorrow. Richie and I will be on the early show. We'll have a little Gulfstream and Fairgrounds coverage tomorrow. Richie, the last time I did Fairgrounds was with Maggie, and we ended up having to call the races. So hopefully that doesn't happen to us tomorrow. But here's what we have to look forward to at the Big A, racing 3 days this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
A great weekend of racing coming up, and it's just a kind of an appetizer till we get to Cigar Mile weekend the following week.
A lot to look forward to at the Big A. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the excitement coming up. We'll also look back, remember a true New York hero, Grade 1 winner, Evening Attire, who retired from racing in 2008, just passed away at the age of 21 at Aikendale Thoroughbred Rescue. We'll recap his illustrious career after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy.
When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, 'tis the season, the Radio City Rockettes in full swing as we get closer and closer to the holidays here in New York. We also remember here in New York a horse that brought us such thrilling moments. Grade 1 winner, Evening Attire, was announced yesterday that he did pass away at Aikendale Thoroughbred Retirement Center from complications due to colic, as we look back on his truly illustrious and consistent career.
Not many horses enter the starting gate on 69 occasions, but there was only one Evening Attire. The gallant Greg Gelding truly was the toast of New York and captured stakes races at all 3 Naira tracks during his 9-year career. Foaled on Valentine's Day in 1998, the son of Black Tie Affair broke his maiden at Saratoga in his second start as a freshman.
This fleet is due an Evening Attire. It's been nip and tuck the entire stretch drive, and at the wire, it's a photo finish.
Originally trained by Tim Kelly, Evening Attire was later transferred to Kelly's brother Pat and was bred by their father Thomas, who was in the Hall of Fame, and Joseph Grant. He was gelded after his 2-year-old season and lost 5 straight races over the next 13 months.
Evening Attire at a monstrous price.
He returned to the winner's circle with his first graded stakes triumph at odds of 65-1 in the Grade 3 Discovery Handicap. It was the first of 7 stakes victories for Evening Attire at Aqueduct. The gelding followed his second win with another triumph in the Grade 3 Queens County Handicap to conclude his sophomore campaign.
And Evening Attire delivered the knockout punch.
Evening Attire kicked off his 4-year-old season by winning the Grade 3 Aqueduct Handicap. He added the Grade 2 Saratoga Breeders' Cup Handicap to his resume prior to becoming a Grade 1 winner. by annexing the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And Evening Attire is going to do it, going away to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The gelding also won the Grade 2 Red Smith Handicap. Evening Attire would continue to compete and collect legions of admirers until he was retired as a 10-year-old in 2008.
And Evening Attire takes the lead, and he pulls away.
He captured his second Saratoga Breeders' Cup Handicap in 2004 over dual classic winner Funny Side. In 2005, he won the Stuyvesant Handicap.
They're coming down to the line, and yes, Evening Attire did it.
In 2007, Evening Attire became the oldest horse to win the Queens County Handicap. In what would be his final start, Evening Attire made a rare journey outside of New York to contest the Greenwood Cup Stakes at what is now Parks Racing.
Evening Attire drawing away. The 10-year-old's going to do it again. Evening Attire by 4 by 5. Evening Attire, a convincing winner.
True to form, the gelding went out on top with a track record triumph. Referred to as the People's Horse by his trainer, Evening Attire competed in 11 Grade 1 and 2 races from June 2002 to November 2003 against some of the most elite horses of his generation, including 2003 Horse of the Year Mineshaft and 2002 Breeders' Cup winner Valponi. The gelding concluded his career with 15 wins and more than $2.9 million in the bank. After his passing in 2019, his connections stated Evening Attire took them on the ride of a lifetime, and that is because the gelding was one of a kind.
Evening Attire, so consistent. My apologies for misspeaking prior to that feature. Evening Attire sadly passed away back in 2019, but a great horse that we certainly had the chance to look back on and love that feature. Well done by Greg Wolf. And Richie, you were saying you had a great story about Evening Attire.
It was kind of one of his coming out as a top-class racehorse up in Saratoga in the Saratoga Cup. I was on a very rank horse for Kieran McLaughlin named A Breeze, and I had gone to the lead, and I just got my horse to switch off and put his ears up and come off the bridle, and all of a sudden I've got a horse's head right on my boot, and my horse got rank again. I'm going, well, what jockey with a mile to go in a 1.25 mile race is going to lay on me already? And I'm just getting ready to turn and curse the rider out, like, are you kidding me? And it was Gander. Mike Smith had been unseated at the start. Gander, the loose horse, was on me, so the other grays hounded me, kept my horse rank, turned for home, and here comes Evening Attire, who blows on by me, and he showed it wasn't a fluke, but I still think I would have beat him that day if Gander didn't give him an assist. But
he had the unexpected assist from Gander, a very talented racehorse in his own right as well. Evening Attire, of course, by Black Tie Affair. Truly exciting racehorse. 69 starts, 15 wins, 16 seconds, and 9/3 over his career. Tomorrow we'll have special coverage on Thanksgiving Day of Churchill Downs and Fairgrounds. Richie and I will kick off the program. We hope that you'll be joining us opening day at the Fairgrounds tomorrow.
yeah, that's a tradition. Thanksgiving Day is opening day at the Fairgrounds. What a way to kick off their season with the holiday.
And the Thanksgiving Classic, fittingly, the feature at Fairgrounds tomorrow. Nightcap from Churchill Downs coming up. It's the 2-year-olds. It's restricted maiden special weight race. Again, horses that have sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less. We'll meet the field starting off with the number 1 Fujin, I think.
Yeah, a good-looking son of Temple City here. Mare had 4 foals to race, all winners, 2 debut winners. She, a Claiborne-bred mare herself, and this is a half the Diamond Bachelor.
Very good on the turf, versatile runner. Here is the number 2, Slamming It.
Mare's had 1 foal, was first on debut. Shaman Ghost, 1 for 61 with first-time starters.
Has not gotten off to the best start as of yet. The 3 is out. Here's the 4, Time the Market.
Showed some brief speed and stopped, but keeps Louis Saez, which I find interesting.
Number 5, Harold's Cloud, still your favorite, second-time starter.
Oh, dueled it out at Keeneland's and just missed, going 7 furlongs. Certainly showed a lot of guts.
Colt by Cloud Computing. Here's the number 6, Groovin'.
Making the 4th start, has foundation, turns back an 1/8 of a mile, improved last time.
We saw Al Stahl with a 41-to-1 shot winner earlier. He's got a 7-to-1 shot here. Booster shot.
And this horse took money on debut. It was only 4-1, and now adds blinkers and still taking a bit of money for a horse didn't run well on debut.
Getting a big warm-up under Raylu Gutierrez. We'll see what he has to offer second time out. Here's the 8 Hunter's Drive cutting back.
He has run consistently well, turf or dirt, but just feels like you have to improve.
Just feels like the pedigree a bit more turf meant as well, top and bottom. Here's the 9 Own the Field, turf to dirt.
Ran well on turf first time, has been training at Churchill Downs. Be interesting to see how he does in the dirt.
4-1 right now on the board, and one more to go. Third time starter for Fausto Gutierrez. Here's the 11 Mogul Crack.
Showed improved speed second time out in Indiana. Probably he'll be involved early, particularly stretching to the 7 furlongs.
Number 5, Harold's Cloud, still your favorite at 5-2. Did debut at Keeneland in October for a $150,000 maiden claiming race, and this horse was beaten by just a nose at 7-1.
Yeah, and dueled throughout, going a tough debut distance. 7 furlongs is a hard distance for a horse to run first time out. They're involved the whole way. And, you know, listen, this was a horse that they bought for $37,000. They run him in a $150,000 maiden race. I think today's a lateral move. I don't see it as a move up in class for these, the restricted maiden allowance.
These restricted maiden special weight races, a great opportunity for horsemen that have horses of around that price range. See that very disappointing defeat first time out. For more on these 2-year-olds, let's check in trackside. Paula Duca.
Well, thanks, Acacia. Closing out the card here, and if you are alive in any of these multi-wagers, there's 3 horses that are paying out in the pick 6. They're your three favorites in here. Grooven, Harold's Cloud, and if I'm not mistaken, the 9 Own the Field. $67,000, 20-cent pick 6 Derby payout. Every other one would carry over. The pick 5s are enormous as well. So tough sledding so far. Let's try to get the winner here in the last race. The 5 Harold's Cloud, it was a good race. I mean, I thought the horse ran tremendous first time out. Mig made a great point. It's tough to get a horse ready to go 7 panels in their debut. And, this horse never really relinquished, was always fighting back. So you got to love that a little bit. Alex Attire, he's been on the shelf a little bit with a bad spill, although he's doing a little bit better as we speak. So Vincent Shomino will be in the irons today. The 9 Own the Field is very interesting to me because the 6 Grooven ran into Freezing Point last time. Now, Freezing Point was a horse that was ridden by Corey Lannery, and I talked to Corey, and the horse flipped his palate the race before that, and then he came in against Grooven and just absolutely blitzed that field. And I asked Corey, and Corey said, listen, this is a really nice horse that flipped his palate. They got it right last time. And so Grooven, to me, ran behind a pretty nice runner last time. So at 9-2, I understand the horse has had 3 starts. I just thought that he would end up being the favorite, but he's not as of right now. And so you wonder, okay, so Edgar Morales was aboard Grooven, but he lands on the Tom Amos runner or Joel Mejia runner, Own the Field, another horse here that is taking money, obviously, and the son of Always Dreaming, good first time out on the turf for Tom with Dylan Davis aboard. Now gonna get on dirt. This is a very, very good move for Tom. He is very, very sharp when it goes from turf to dirt. So this is an interesting race. The 2 Brad Cox firsters not taking much money. The first time starter for Cherie DeVoe is not taking much money on the rails as well. The sneak horse is the 7. You nailed it right on the head, Mig. This horse took money first time out. Blinkers got absolutely eliminated. So if you like the 7, I would treat the 7 as a first-time starter. I like that horse right on the screen, and hopefully I'll be grooving right out of here. And by the way, Mig, I saw Dale Roman smoking a cigar in the paddock. When I played baseball, Jack McKean used to smoke cigars, and he smoked cigars and used to puff them in my face. They didn't make me go any faster. I don't know if it makes horses go any faster, but I couldn't run at all.
No, I can't imagine it would be a benefit to have cigar smoke blown in your face right before you had to compete, but you see all kinds of things on the racetrack.
That's a true Dale Romans move. Yeah, it's not like the opening scene of Peaky Blinders, right? When they have the powder. Remember? I'm
trying to remember.
Didn't you watch the series too?
Yeah, I'm a big fan, but
it's literally the opening scene.
Really?
When he takes the horse and they like,
oh, yes, you're
blow
right. I'm
this-
sorry.
this powder on his nose, and then
Yeah.
he goes and he wins everything.
What was in that powder?
I know.
Well, what kind of powder?
It doesn't work that way. 5-2 on the number 5, Harold's Cloud. I liked the points that Paul brought up about Garuvan, and hopefully if he wins, we'll get a chance to see Paul Garuvan there trackside if he hangs around.
Yeah,
I know
sure.
Paul's got some dance moves.
Listen, Paul's talented. I shared an office with him all summer up in Saratoga, and I had to tell you, we had a lot of fun and a lot of laughs.
That I'm sure. Paul's the best. Let's see what happens in the nightcap. These 2-year-olds, a lot going on here. A lot of improvement can happen. Some first-time starters who are not taking much attention. 2-year-old maiden special weight to wrap up the day. Here's Travis Stone one more time at Churchill.
There in the gate. And they're off. Time the market broke alertly, so too did Booster Shot and Hunter's Drive. Own the Field is there. Mogul Crack far outside. Harold's Cloud is up close too. And they are stacked across the track as they come for the main. And it's Mogul Crack on the far outside. Garuvan is there at the rail. Time the market. Harold's Cloud right in that early mix as well. Hunter's Drive comes away in 5th. Booster Shot 6th. Own the Field on the outside 7th. 8 lengths back to Fujin, slamming it the trailer. So down the backstretch run, a contested opening quarter in 22 and 4 and a 3-ply battle for the far turn run. Harold's Cloud at the inside. Garuvan right between. Mogul Crack keeps pace with them. 3 wide third. Booster Shot right there in behind the leaders while 4th. Hunter's Drive under pressure but moving up from 5th. 5 lengths back on the field. Couldn't keep up. Back into 6 and trying to re-rally. Fujin is picking it up from the back. 10 lengths behind and a quarter mile to go. They're off the turn. Garuvan heads for home in front by 2 now. Mogul Crack fully extended. Booster Shot is there. Down inside it's Harold's Cloud. Fujin has weaved through the pack. 5th, 4th, 3rd. Now 2nd. Garuvan by 4. Fujin runs up into 2nd. Garuvan by 3. Fujin 2nd. Garuvan by 2.5 on the wire. Fujin rallied for 2nd. Booster Shot was 3rd. Mogul Crack was 4th. And Harold's Cloud was 5th.
Somewhere Paul LaDuca is dancing. Garuvan with the win. Breaks his maiden in start number 4 and a huge late run from first-time starter Fujin, Richie, who's so far back.
So far back, and you got a lot out of that race. You take kickback, weave your way through the field, get to the clear, finish with interest. But Garuvan was involved throughout and was the last horse standing from the battle up front and kept finding. And good call by our Paul LaDuca, and I would like to see him break into a little bit of a dance.
Yeah, I think he's got something going on there. I'm sure he cashed 3-1 on the number 6 Garuvan as Garuvan gets the win. Fujin was 18-1. That horse was really far back and gets up for 2nd. Are we going back to Paul? Is that what I'm told? Fantastic, Paulie. Got the dance moves?
I'm just grooving on a Wednesday afternoon. By the way, tomorrow, 11:30 post time. I'm just grooving here. 11:30 post time on Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to everybody. Let's go to the Rascals again. We're grooving.
Fantastic.
Paul LaDuca is an icon. That's fantastic. He's having the best time over there. Paulie, we love you. Well done.
Fantastic.
That's all I wanted to see.
So that made my day.
Yeah, me too. He did not disappoint. He never does. Garuvan with the win in the nightcap at Churchill Downs. Paul mentioned we'll be back at it tomorrow. We'll also have a preview of all of the graded stakes action coming up, including Clark at Churchill Downs, where Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike will look to add another Grade 1 to his resume. On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Allapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Allapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace in a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. They can look outside, and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sikora is now focused on making new history at Allapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
you haven't had the opportunity to visit Alapa, highly recommend it. In the nightcap at Churchill Downs, Groovin got to the winner's circle. Paul LaDuca got his groove on, and everybody was happy.
That was a great way to end Churchill Downs. Groovin gets it done. Game throughout, part of that pace, and was game all the way to the finish. Big run from the first-time starter on the inside, Fujin, with a win early pedigree. The mare, again, having 4 foals to race, all winners and 2 winners on debut. And a half to Diamond Bachelor, who probably was a little bit better on turf, right? Yeah, yep. but still, ability in the family, and he finished with interest. But Groovin did all the dirty work and was around at the finish at $8.52.
Good call by Paul, who liked this horse. 6-1-7 booster shot, looked to be in with a big chance. It just didn't quite have enough punch at the end. That late run from the first-time starter, Fujin, not going to get 18-1 next time out. That'll do it for the live racing action at Churchill Downs. But as we continue on with previewing the graded stakes coming up this weekend, first we want to talk about a special award, the Vox Populi, for a special horse that captures the heart of the public. You can vote at Secretariat.com up until November 30th. These are the 3 horses up for the award. And Richie, starting things off, that I know you and I unashamedly rooting for in this award, Cody's Wish, with such a special story behind him, named for young Cody Dorman, who has a rare disease and got a chance to visit this horse as part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. His namesake went on to win a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, I think this embodies the spirit of the award. It transcends just thoroughbred racing. It's an incredible human story, and just as touching as can be. And the fact that Cody's Wish has turned into such a top-class racehorse, with being named for Cody Dorman, having met Cody Dorman when he was a weanling, and how he still seems to know Cody and puts his head down in his lap. And, you know, this is a thoroughbred racehorse that's fit. He's an intact horse. He doesn't have to be that kind. He just seems like they have a special bond, a special affinity for each other. And to me, this is what the Vox Populi Award is all about.
Such a special moment for Cody and for his family. There in the winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup, there's when he did first meet the horse now named Cody's Wish. It wasn't his name at the time, but it's been such a special journey to follow, see the joy that Cody's Wish brings to young Cody, and the joy that the story brings to all the viewers.
And you think about the challenges this young man has had to face, and the joy and the emotion you saw from when the horse won the Breeders' Cup. It's all you need to see.
It really is. And horses are so perceptive. They feed off that energy. This horse, Flightline, what adjectives can you use? I think we've exhausted them all at this point, and rightfully so. He is tremendous. Undefeated winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic. He is a finalist for the Vox Populi Award, but he's going to be the horse of the year, Richie.
I think his award is Horse of the Year, and that's a great award. I just don't think that him winning the Vox Populi Award would be in the spirit of what the award was always intended. That's just my opinion. He's brilliant. He's as good a horse as I've ever seen, and I've been fortunate to see a lot of good ones. I won't say great, because great to me is, you know, an extended period of excellence. It's sustained over time. Brilliant. As brilliant as I've ever seen.
Capped that undefeated career with the Breeders' Cup Classic win, a son of Tappet. He is off to start his new career as a stallion at Lane's End, and can't wait to see what he does as a stallion. It was a special moment for Rich Strike and his connections, a horse that was claimed for $30,000 and pulled that monster upset at 80-1 in the Kentucky Derby.
Incredible story. To claim a horse for $30,000 and go on to win the Kentucky Derby never happened before. Probably will never happen again. Might keep people from dropping horses down that might need a little time to come around. But I got an incredible ride and trip from Post 20, Sonny Leone. Big hand in that. And, you know, listen, fantastic story. And this is what the game is about. We all are dreamers to one extent or another in this industry, and they lived the ultimate dream there.
I think the cool thing about it too is with that win we saw a trainer, owner, jockey that don't get a lot of press put into the spotlight. A lot of people know their names now, which is a very, very cool moment, having won at the most prestigious race in North America, the Kentucky Derby. They'll look to add another Grade 1 to the resume on Friday at Churchill Downs in the Grade 1 Clark, as Rich Strike will be at his home track, and he will be 2-1. I don't think he's ever been the favorite in his career. In fact, no, he hasn't. It could be happening for the first time, as he comes off of a 4th in the Breeders' Cup Classic 2-back. We saw him with a good second in the Lucas Classic. Opting to engage Hot Rod Charlie probably cost him the win, but it was a big effort behind a talented older horse.
Yeah, I question the tactics going to engage with a horse like Hot Rod Charlie that relishes the fight anyway, and also just slowing your horse's forward progress to pull him down, steer him down to engage a horse. And then, the nonsense with the elbows. If this was the NHL, the head of player safety would have had a long talk with Sonny Leone, but he ran a winning race. He ran big. He continues to show that affinity for Churchill Downs. And, we'd be remiss not to bring up Eric Reed has done an outstanding job with this horse, claiming horse for 30, and showing now that the Derby was not a fluke. This is a very talented racehorse that I think might be a little bit better at Churchill Downs.
He'll get a chance to go off of that home court advantage on Friday. Perhaps the horse standing in his way, though, is the one with a lot of early speed, West Will Power, who comes off back-to-back wins, including the Grade 2 Fayette for trainer Brad Cox. And you do have Folsom, Last Samurai coming out of that race as well. But that early speed of West Will Power, I think, makes him very dangerous, because we know, even though he trains forwardly, Rich Strike is not going to show much early speed out of the gate.
No. And I think the track was very fair today at Churchill Downs, but there have been days where there's a little bit of that conveyor belt effect where inside speed kind of carries. So it'll be interesting to see how it's playing out before the Clark. West Will Power's got speed. I think, to me, he has more route speed. I wonder if Injunction isn't the main speed coming at a sharp-paced one-turn race like the ACAC.
Yeah, he'll be stretching out off of that mile. Second place finish in the ACAC is Injunction, but West Will Power does look to be the main competition to the likes of the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. Louis Sias will be aboard West Will Power to the outside. It'll make it fun, that's for sure, to see those two match up in the Clark and see if Rich Strike can add another Grade 1 to his resume. And it's been a fun story to follow for sure, Richie. You mentioned the job that Eric Reed has done. And as we mentioned earlier, I really do think that the 4th place finish in the Run Happy Travers was the race more than anything this year that validated the performance we saw in the Derby.
Yeah, Epicenter was the best horse in the Travers, no doubt about that. But he was in a blanket finish for second. And second, even though we're talking inches here, would have, strengthened his resume even more. But the 4th, I agree with you. I thought arguably his best race.
That's what's coming up on Friday. We look forward to the Grade 1 Clark. Tomorrow, there's some exciting action at Churchill Downs as well on Thanksgiving Day. We'll get a chance to see the Grade 3 Fall City on Thursday with the likes of Leader of the Band. Played hard, going head-to-head. The fillies in the spotlight. We'll talk a little bit more about the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us on this Wednesday evening. Coming up tomorrow, Thanksgiving, we hope you'll spend at least part of your day with us. There'll be plenty of exciting action to look forward to as far as the racing is concerned, including the Fall City. One of the features on Thursday at Churchill Downs will go as race number 10, a mile and an eighth. We'll see Played Hard, who we know loves a distance of ground. We did see her win at the distance at Saratoga, last year. This year she also won at Saratoga, going a mile, and just one of these other Phil Bauer horses that seem to get really good this year. She comes out of a third behind Malathaat in the Grade 1 Spinster.
Yeah, and Malathaat came back to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She was very good here in the Locust Grove, and this, with Joelle Rosario, who retains the mount after riding her in the Spinster. And she's a filly that creates her own trip. She's naturally fast. She puts herself in the game, and she's already shown an affinity for Churchill Downs. She is obviously, she's 4 to 5 morning line. I don't think it's a slam dunk, a layup. I mean, she thinks she's a deserving favorite, though.
She is, though. She, I think, is really talented. I like that she has a win at the distance. I was looking back at my notes from her last year at Saratoga and liking her getting a chance to go the distance of ground, to go the mile and an eighth, as she will get to do that once again coming out of that Spinster. Leader of the band, a big competitor to her. We saw her win at Saratoga 2 starts back in the Summer Colony. She disappointed at a very short price last time out in the Plum Pretty against fellow Pennsylvania breds. She has a lot of talent. I guess the question is, Richie, can she do it against open company like this?
Well, listen, that is the big question here. But I thought her Summer Colony was good, and she's based at Parks, and she's won at Parks. I think she runs better races out of town than she does at Parks.
That's fair.
If she runs the race she ran here in the Summer Colony, that'll make her very tough. I mean, she had a beautiful trip under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez this day. She came back and got beat at a very short price at Parks, but her speed figures are never quite as strong at Parks as they've been out of town.
It's a very good point. And don't just look and say, oh, she won the restricted Summer Colony. That came up one of the saltiest Summer Colonies in a while. That was a very competitive race. She had some really talented fillies and mares in that field that she was going up against.
Yeah, and before that, previous to that, she was second in the Molly Pitcher. Got a good figure. Previously, she had won the Monmouth Oaks. She may train at Parks, but I'm not sure that that's her favorite surface.
I think it's a really good point. We have the Fall City tomorrow at Churchill, along with the Cardinal on the turf for the fillies and mares. Friday, of course, that Grade 1 Clark we talked about, the Mrs. Revere to look forward to too, and plenty of exciting action on Saturday. Here's the Cardinal, the field, a mile and an eighth on the turf for the fillies and mares, 3 and up, 9 to 5 on the morning line on Adventuring for Brad Cox, coming out of a 4th through DQ in the EP Taylor, but a graded stakes winner on the grass as well. Lots of fun to look forward to over the next couple days.
Great weekend of racing ahead of us.
We will be here to kick off the day tomorrow. Hope that you'll join us as we continue on with that live racing action tomorrow afternoon. Today it was all about Marsalis in the feature at Churchill Downs. Impressive, and what a day for the Asmussen family, with Keith getting that victory for his dad, Steve. Tomorrow we'll see Played Hard in the Fall City, Dalica in the Cardinal, and a whole lot more. Join us on FS2 starting at 11:30 a.m.